Да, затвори. Окей. Здравейте и добре дошли на Data Saturday тази година. Радвам се, че съм тук. I made it, както се казва. И сега се чувствам добре в София. Времето е супер, така че е добре да се видим на ивента, който може да дойде и за следващата сесия. И така тази ще бъде първите стъпки в Lakehouse и Synapse Analytics. Тоест тази част от Synapse Analytics, която касае специално Lakehouse. Трябва да започнем от начало. Това е идеята на тази сесия. Идеята е да започнем от начало и да видим всъщност какво точно Synapse Analytics може да ни помогне в създаването на един Lakehouse. Първо, нашите спонсори, включително и ние, ще пропусна лекичко този слайд. С повечето от вас се познаваме. Компаниите, в които работя и на които съм основател, Inspirit България, повече от 12 години, Inspirit Норвегия вече на 3,5, SQL Master Academy тренера, в който водим обучения, така че това е накратко. И още една новина, продължа. Azure Analytics User Group България. Използвам повода днес да промотирам новата юзер група в България, която ще се занимава, ще разглежда Azure SQL, Azure Synapse, Databricks, Data Lake, Factory, Stream Analytics, Power BI, т.е. всичко, което касае, всички технологии, които касаят Azure Analytics. И ще ви помогнат да изградите, да проектирате и да изградите една Analytics платформа в клауда. Така че в днешната сесия, в днешната ивент, всъщност можете да се регистрирате. Всички, които се регистрират днес, използвайки този баркод, ще участват в томбола, която ще се тегли на нашия щанд. Така че използвайте момента да случите две неща. Да кандидатствате за томболата и съответно да участвате в това комюнити, което да изградим заедно. Така, започвам с това какво е Lakehouse и как да подходим към това чудо. Lakehouse е комбинация очевидно на Data Lake и Data Warehouse. Тоест, това е Data виртуализация, това е логически Data Warehouse, Data Federation, което е множество заявки върху едни и същи данни, съхранени на лейка, виртуална база, децентрализиран Data Warehouse, защото всичко, което чуете като сет от термини, значи едно и също. И това е Lakehouse. Основната характеристика на Lakehouse това е възможността да пускате SQL заявки директно върху Data Lake. Тоест, по същия начин, както работите с Data Warehouse, да работите и с Data Lake. Без да се налага данните да се заредят в Data Warehouse предварително. Идеята е много готина от тази гледна точка, че всъщност може значително, драстично да ускори процеса на заявки и на ползване на данните от момента, в който те са инжестнати в клауда. Тоест в момента, в който те са хвърлени в Data Lake, оттам нататък можете веднага да пускате заявки върху тях. Тази част от зареждането на данните от лейка към Data Warehouse всъщност не е необходима, ако можем да ползваме Lakehouse директно върху тези данни в лейка. Кое ни спира? Защо не сме го направили до сега, примерно? В смисъл, като е толкова яко, защо не го правим? Защо не казваме, зарязваме Data Warehouse и правиме Data Lake, Lakehouse тук нататък, нали? Всъщност причините са няколко. Първата е това, че тази архитектура е сравнително нова, наистина. И в този смисъл за Enterprise архитектура, знаете, има известно време, докато се адаптира, докато се запознаят дейта експертите с нея и докато започнат Proof of Concept и тестове. От друга страна, основните технически причини да не правим това, а да предпочитаме понякога да заредим данни в Data Warehouse е, че искаме да ръним заявки върху Data Warehouse много по-бързо. Тоест, нищо не може да се сравни като перформанс с заявки, които пускате върху релационния Data Warehouse. Нали? Това просто е много трудно за достигане като критерий, нали? Като threshold, ако щете. Ако данните са в релационен Data Warehouse, заявката с индекси или без, по някакъв начин с оптимизиране, но може да се случи за милисекунди, ако щете. Или за няколко секунди, когато става дума за Data Warehouse, голям Data Warehouse. Когато става дума за Data Lake обаче, ние пускаме заявки директно върху Data Lake. Демек работим с файлове. Нали? Сега, това може да са парке, CSV, JSON, Delta, нали? Но работим с файлове. Anyway, така че в този случай трябва да имаме вариант, в който да забързаме този процес. Нали? И е трудно да се изравнят нещата, заявка срещу сет от файлове и заявка срещу релационна таблица, като перформанс. Но бих казала, че нещата вървят в доста добра посока в този смисъл. Тоест, с включените оптимизации нещата могат да се случат доста бързо вече. Освен това, в много случаи се оказва, че в Data Warehouse нещата не са чак на милисекунди. Нали? В смисъл, сега, ако се пусне някакъв сериозен отчет, може да се изчака известно време. Третата причина за все още не такава популярност в имплементация на Lakehouse е така наречените, т.е. апдейта, всъщност ACID properties при ETL. Когато искате да апдейтвате, нали, да кажем Slowly Changing Dimension или апдейт на факт таблицата, тогава става много по-трудно, когато работим с файлове. Нали? Няма как да апдейтнем един запис във файла. Или поне има как, но е много специфично и трябва да ползваме Delta формат. Тоест тази част, всъщност, тези причини до момента са трите основни, в които адаптирането към тази нова архитектура е сравнително по-бавно, но бих казала, че нещата са доста добре позиционирани и много неща вече можем да направим в Synapse Analytics включително. Всъщност, първата идея за Lakehouse беше реализирана, бих казала, с Databricks. Тоест, ако трябва да сме честни, всъщност основата на Lakehouse във вида, в който може да реши тези техническите два проблема с бързодействие и с апдейт и демек ACID property-та, versioning и прочее, се решават с Databricks. Знаете обаче също, че Synapse Analytics е технология, която се развива изключително бързо в последните няколко години. И нещо, върху което се работи наистина много, това е точно Lakehouse технологията, защото другата има. В смисъл, защото Data Warehouse всъщност съществува в SQL Pool. Така или иначе. Това е бившата Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Нали? Тя е част от Synapse Analytics. Тук обаче нещата са сравнително нови, когато касаят технология за Lakehouse. Затова всъщност в Synapse Analytics, ако ползваме Synapse Analytics, идеята е, че имаме изцяло покриване на Lakehouse от Synapse Analytics. Единственото, което ни трябва са data source-овете, нали, които съответно в Data Lake Storage отиват. Тоест, ето тази връзка може да се осъществи през Synapse Analytics с pipeline, т.е. самия ingestion на data source-овете в Data Lake и визуализацията. Сега Power BI е Power BI, нали? Въпреки че имате начин да създадете data source-ове в Synapse Analytics, със сигурност това си е отделен сервис, с който ще работите, за да визуализирате данни от Synapse Analytics в отчетите си. Така че всъщност целият този процес на създаване и ползване на Lakehouse и поддръжката му може да се осъществи в Synapse Analytics. Има всички технологии за това вече. Казвам вече, защото много от нещата бяха с сериозно ограничение от преди няколко месеца буквално, т.е. от пролетта насам. И в началото всъщност идеята беше, че Synapse Analytics може да поддържа Delta Lake формат за Lakehouse и проблемът, който имахме все още, беше с това, че няма как да създадем Lakehouse. В смисъл няма как да създадем Delta формат. Нали, можем да го четем в Synapse, но не можем да го създадем. Всъщност този проблем се реши с новата библиотека на Spark. Нали, новата библиотека на Spark Cluster, която съпортва Delta формат и чрез която можем всъщност да правиме наистина много неща, които се правят потенциално в Databricks. Тоест, бих казала, че можем да се прехвърлим в Synapse, когато става дума за изграждане на Lakehouse нещо. Повече, всъщност Synapse в момента се работи в няколко посоки по отношение на връзките на Synapse с други системи. Например, имате връзка с Cosmos DB, изключително лесно конфигурируема, т.е. може да дръпнете данни от Cosmos DB от аналитичен контейнер. Имате връзка с Azure SQL и SQL 2022, ще ви я покажа в следващата презентация. Имате връзка с Dataverse през Lakehouse, точно. Т.е. през Lakehouse темплейти. Демек, създавате Lakehouse темплейт в Synapse Analytics и оттам нататък всъщност през CSV файлове и през Lake директно показвате тези CSV файлове под формата на таблици. Това е доста добър сценарий, ако имате примерно кейс, в който ползвате Dataverse в клауда, като бакенд, примерно на Dynamics продуктите в Azure, и оттам нататък искате да правите репортинг. Също това се реализира последством Lakehouse в Synapse. Много добър сценарий, който е изключително лесен за реализация в Azure Synapse Analytics. Кои са елементите в Synapse Analytics, които помагат за тази работа? Значи имаме естествено workspace, с който работим, и имаме 3 клъстера в Synapse. Всъщност SQL Provision Pool, това между другото, това е Data Warehouse, за който споменах, само че в този Data Warehouse ще говорим по-нататък. Той ще бъде предмет на сесията на юзер групата в ноември. Така че ще го разгледаме специално, както и някои tips and tricks по отношение на дизайн. Така, оттам нататък имате SQL On Demand или така наречения Serverless Pool, с който всъщност днес ще се занимавам и с който ще работя и който реално е самата реализация на Lakehouse. Тя се случва през On Demand заедно с Apache Spark. За съжаление, всъщност единственото нещо, което можем да направим за Lakehouse е да комбинираме двата пула, т.е. двата клъстера. Няма как да го направим само с SQL, само с Transact SQL. Говоря. Нали, ще трябва малко да понапишем Python, нали, тук-таме. Но ви уверявам, че всъщност за тези, които нямат опит или не говорят Python, нещата са много лесни. Така че няма как да сбъркате. Има, разбира се, но да кажем, че наистина са направени готино и можете да използвате шаблоните и основните команди за създаване на Lakehouse, за Delta, създаване на Delta-та, на Delta формата, апдейтването, вършенинга и мейнтенанса на целия Delta формат. Така, и всъщност идеята тук е, че естествено, ползвайки тези два нови, в смисъл част от Synapse Analytics Pool, можем да изградим въпросния Lakehouse. Естествено, като част от цялата тая среда, т.е. като част от тази архитектура, можете да добавите пайплайни, които да лоудват данни, както и пайплайни, които да прехвърлят данни между зоните в Lake. Тоест, като сте заредили в дроп зоната файловете, да кажем за дневните продажби, тогава имате, съответно, трябва да обработите тия данни по някакъв начин. Примерно, трябва да ги изчистите, трябва да промените формата. Нали, когато промените формата, съответно ги прехвърляте с пайплайни в следващия контейнер или в следващата зона на Lake. Така че в един момент те вече стават кандидати за делта формат и можете да ги сложите в бейс или така речената Golden зона за заявки и за изпълнение на заявки. Така, когато говорим за Synapse Serverless, т.е. on demand или serverless, нещата как стоят като архитектура? Всъщност, през Synapse Serverless имаме, това е услуга, сервис част от Synapse, който не случайно се казва Serverless, той не се провизира, той просто е там и работи. Като ние го ползваме, когато рънваме заявки. Защо? Защото заявките всъщност обработват някакви данни и плащаме на терабайт обработен. Нали? Което е готин модел, защото няма нужда да плащате на клъстър, когато не го използвате, да се грижите за стопиране на клъстър и прочее. Тоест, в този смисъл, Serverless е доста добър като идея. Енджина е SQL, ама не е този SQL, който ние познаваме. Тоест, енджина е предмет на друг проект, за който може да прочетете допълнително. Отзад като енджин стои базиран на SQL енджин, който обаче е оптимизиран за работа по друг начин с файлове и self-improvement, колонен режим и даже до оптимизация на стойности, компресиране и прочее. Доста добър сценарий за работа с файлове, бих казала, и в същото време за ползване на Transact SQL on top of that. Като цяло той ни осигурява въпросния Transact SQL за querying върху лейка и второ, осигурява ни създаването на допълнителни елементи, като например обекти в SQL. Тоест, изглежда като SQL, нали? Държи се като SQL, ама не точно SQL. Нали? Това, че изглежда като SQL и можем да създаваме примерно вюта, таблици, ама едни други таблици, нали? Наречени екстернал таблици. Може да създаваме записани процедури, т.е. може да създаваме едно ниво метаданни, което обаче не съхранява само по себе си данни, защото данните са в лейка. Нали? В смисъл, това е лейкхаус. Тоест, представяме си, че всички данни, с които работим, са в лейка и не мърдат оттам. Нали? Ние единственото, което правим, е създаваме метаданни и схема on top of the data lake, за да може тя да изглежда като SQL база. Така, в този смисъл, ето го в тази диаграма, примерно, тук, която виждате, имам двете неща, двете пула, нали, които ми помагат за изграждането на лейкхаус. Единия пул е Spark. Spark пула, съответно, е този пул, който работи с... това е паче Spark, съответно, т.е. тук имате вариант да девелопвате, да създавате Jupyter ноутбуци и да ползвате различни езици, в случая, примерно, Python или PySpark, съответно, SQL, също C# даже, Scala, т.е. можете да създавате ноутбук, който да прави всичко това. Оттам нататък, през този ноутбук може да създавате обекти. Тези обекти всъщност се създават в така наречените лейк бази, които лейк бази се презентират към клиентите посредством Synapse SQL Query Service. Тоест, посредством endpoint, който се осигурява от Synapse Serverless. И това точно е силата на Synapse Serverless, защото през един SQL endpoint всъщност виждате базите, които създавате на самия, като метаданни на самия Serverless и включително и базите, които създавате от ноутбуксите, т.е. от Apache Spark. Така, можете да работите и на двете места, т.е. да създавате и двете бази и съответно да стартирате заявки към тях. Тоест, този сценарий е действително доста добър, а синхронизацията става автоматично, освен ако не стане тук, нали? Ма тогава звъните на сапорта и те работят много добре. Имах такъв случай. Последната ми презентация в Осло на прекона, в който цял ден трябваше да разглеждаме Azure Synapse Analytics. Всъщност, деня преди това, моя Synapse Analytics се щупи. И нищо не можа да покажа. Съответно, рейзнах кейс, оказа се, че Spark Cluster е създал проблем. Съответно, ескалира се кейса, мина земното кълбо, нали? Смисъл, мина през няколко инженера. Междувременно аз създадох workspace, който кръстих 112, нали, за да мога да си прехвърля каквото ми е нужно за презентацията. Признавам се, че ми създаде сериозен стрес, но пък разбрах как мога да прехвърля нещата много бързо и как да направя disaster recovery на нещо такова. Нали. Някой друга сесия ще ви разкаже. Готино и става много бързо, включително Data Warehouse. И също разбрах, че в зависимост от ескалацията, която се е случила, в този случай се включи екипа на Spark в Microsoft, в смисъл стигна до програмната група и успяха да изчистят нещата. Всъщност проблема беше при тях и успяха да го случат всъщност в петъка, по време на прекона, до обяд. Нали, вече работеше. Аз ползвах 112, обаче нещата работят. Тоест, ако всъщност се запитали хубаво да е аз, понеже това не са мои сървъри, нали? В смисъл, как ще гарантирам, че това ще работи точно когато ми трябва? Има си SLA, има си support, инженера се асайнва веднага, тоест, реално, нали, доста добре работи в тази част системата, за да може да и се доверите. Така, и serverless, SQL serverless пула всъщност може да чете данни, но от няколко файла. Кои? Парке, JSON, Delimited плюс Delta. Тоест, 4 формата можем да четем в Azure Synapse Serverless или през Azure Synapse Serverless. Тези 4 формата са тези, които виждате. Парке, JSON, Delimited Text. Някой от тях ще ви покажа. Няма да ви показвам JSON, но ще ви покажа парке и CSV, за да видите всъщност как четем тази част. Тоест, ще започнем съвсем от начало, за да видите всъщност първото условие, за да билдваме Lakehouse. Първото условие, за да билдваме Lakehouse е да можем да четем данни от лейка директно посредством Transact SQL. И това е нещото, което ще направя сега. Малко предварително описание на това какво имам като среда. Това е Synapse Studio-то ми, като тук имам скриптовете, които съм подготвила, които ще разгледам. Ще зумна, така че да може да виждате добре. И също имам и самия Data Lake. Нека да го видим. Data Lake, с който работя, е тук и организира данните за продажбите по години. Ето ги. Това са контейнерите по години. В рамките на годината, виждате, т.е. може да се движа между тях, в рамките на годината по quarter month, month day, така, ето го паркето. Защо така се организират лейк? Всъщност след малко сами ще видите, но идеята тук е, че Data Lake винаги трябва да е организиран по начин, по който можете да правите заявки върху няколко файла едновременно. И това е тайм периода обикновено. Тоест, да, точно така. Тоест, идеята действително е такава. Идеята е да може да ползвате wildcards, нали, и така, че да се прави филтър аут на някои файлове и съответно да се групират, примерно, файлове, като кажете, искам да видя броя на продажбите за цялата година 2016. Нали? И тогава, всъщност, четете всички файлове във всички фолдъри. Не е нужно да оказвате, съответно, файла, нали, всеки файл, който искате да прочетете. Организацията на Data Lake е от изключително важно значение. Между другото, когато става дума за перформанс и когато става дума за писане на заявки върху него. Така че това ще бъде също, може би, една от сесиите, които си пожелаете в новата юзер група. Така че да видим всъщност някои основни патърни за организация на Data Lake. Така, и това е нещо, което тук го имам и аз бих казала, че е много сериозно предимство на Synapse, когато става дума за начин на работа, нали? Защото останалите начини на работа са изцяло и само Python, т.е. само команди. Нали? Тоест, ако решите да ползвате Databricks, да, клъстър е много по-добър от Spark клъстъра тук, много по-бърз, нали? С много повече варианти за включване на библиотеки, които малко по-трудно се случват тук, но начинът, по който работим тук, е доста добър като визуализация. И така, ето го. От тук нататък, всъщност, това, което се случи, това е автоматично генериран код, който изглежда като select и е select, в смисъл това е Transact SQL. Като идеята тук е, че всъщност Open Row Set е функцията, през която минавам винаги, за да кажа откъде и какво чета. Ето го паркето. Нали? Целият път до него, съответно. Рънвам тази заявка и естествено тя ще отнеме известно време, макар паркето да не е много голямо, в смисъл става дума с 10 мегабайта в момента. Как работи? Ето 5 секунди. Как работи всъщност енджина? Енджина е self-improved. Тоест, най-вероятно, ако пусна тази заявка отново, е твърде вероятно да се изпълни за по-малко време, както виждате, 1 секунда. Особено когато става дума за парке файлове, което е препоръчителният формат за съхраняване на файлове в лейка, въпросният serverless е self-improved и доста добре работи. Тоест, нещата с перформанс, както ви казах, могат да се решат доста добре. Така, и какво още мога да правя тук? Хубаво, имам select, имам open row set, имам това. Мога ли да правя някакви по-сериозни калкулации, т.е. да разширя малко този select? Ето. Тоест, виждате, това си е стандартен, не исках да го зачеркна, не че не ми харесва, нали? Но това си е стандартен select с group by. Нали? Предизвикателство, кога става дума за голямо количество данни, дори в Data Warehouse. Нали? Така че сега ще го стартирам това, само ще вляза в една база за момент. И ще кажа run, ако обичаш, като отново тук говорим за един файл. В смисъл ето. Говорим за един файл, същия файл. Така, и когато говоря за един файл, всъщност, тук виждате, че няма кой знае каква драма, 4 секунди за групиране на записите в един файл и съответно за това да видите заявката по този начин. Добре, ако искам по някакъв друг начин да я случа, т.е. искам целия месец. Това е малко по-сериозно предизвикателство за него. Нека го оставим за малко да поработи. Целият месец това са 31 файла в момента, нали? Като не всички са по 10 мегабайта, между другото. В смисъл, някои са по-големи, някои са по 60. Колко записа общо ще се процеснат, след малко ще видите. Нали? Ще ги преборим. Ще почна да ги броя, за да видите колко време ще ми отнеме. Като отново казвам, това е първото изпълнение, т.е. ако го рънна отново, нали, нещата ще станат много по-кратки, като цяло 30 секунди в момента и още веднъж, за да видите дали има някакъв вид оптимизация на тази заявка, т.е. self-improvement. Да, има такъв принцип. Всъщност, идеята е за статистиките. Статистиките се билдват и са част от паркетата, а пък можем и допълнително да ги случим. Тоест, има комбинация между точно execution план. Execution план е свързани с статистики, които се случват автоматично. Както виждате, в този self-improvement не винаги е, нали, какъвто трябва да бъде. Може да го очаквате, обаче. Колко данни имам в този фолдър? Нека да ги видим. Значи тук ще сложа select count вместо, нали, тая комплексна заявка и ще кажа, искам да ми кажеш колко общо данни имам или колко общо продажби имам за 12 месец. Една секунда. Да. 32 милиона са. Преброи ги за една секунда. Тоест, всъщност въпросната 30 секундна заявка, която направи group by и калкулации и така нататък, която се случи за 30 секунди, работи 30 секунди, за да направи всичко това върху 32 милиона реда. Естествено, с определената оптимизация, може би в Data Warehouse ще получите малко по-сериозно перформанс, нали? Смисъл малко по-добър перформанс. Как успях обаче да преброя всичко това за една секунда, а като пуснах по-сложната заявка, тя отне 30 секунди. Защото парке, формата, всъщност има метаданни в него и той при преброяването не изчитат си целите файлове. И затова всъщност каунтър работи супер бързо. Как се случиха нещата с схемата? Когато става дума за схемата, нали, имаме една функция, която може да ползваме, за да променим, да видим схемата как се изчита, за да променим нещо в заявката и за да я оптимизираме. Един от начините за оптимизираме е да разберем как енджина изчита тази схема. Нали, и съответно да променим, ако е нужно нещо в нея при четене. Функцията се казва SP_Describe First Result Set и тук пращам директно Select Star from Open Row Set към този файл, за да видя съответно serverless клъстера как точно изчита този файл. Както виждате, без да съм дефинирала схема в паркето, съответно той изчита паркето и ми казва да, няма проблем, това е Transaction ID, това е var character, тук малко не съм съгласна, защото 8000 е too much. Нали? Но пък останалите са доста добре изчетени, бих казала. Нали? В смисъл, тук имате small int, numeric, int и така нататък. Доста добре. Нали? По отношение на var character обаче, трябва да направим малко по-сериозна работа. Когато имаме текстови колони, ще трябва да мислим вариант, в който да ги изчитаме с редуциране на length. Защото това добавя към обема на данни, които се процесват. Нали, то ако изчете, примерно, ви имате 10 полета, които са varchar, нали, с 8000. Нали, са изчетени като 8000. Нали, те не че са 8000, те просто се изчитат по дефолт от serverless по този начин. Това трябва да се има предвид и тук спейсът за оптимизация е доста добър. Нали, защото колкото по-малко данни чета, толкова по-добре. Така, как стои въпроса с CSV-тата обаче? Нали. Тоест до тук разбрахме, че можем без проблем да четем данни от лейка. Въпросът е, когато лейка е свързан с някакви CSV-та, които трябва да прочетем. Нека да отидем в другия лейк, където имам специално различни формати. Така, ето, това е... Момент, ще избера... Нещо, което ще ми свърши работа тук. Да. Така. Ето как изглежда едно CSV. Добре. Мога да му кажа превю, т.е. да видя за какво става дума. Ето го. Няма проблем. Но нека да направя същото нещо, което направя с паркето и да го пусна сега. В момента обаче чета формат CSV с парсър версия 2.0, последната. И започнаха проблемите. Само не ми споменавайте Excel. Нали? В смисъл, това просто трябва да го забравим, кога става дума за формати в клауда. Освен ако, примерно, не направите някакви супер фенси репорти, презентирате ги интерактивно в Power BI и юзерите ви кажат, дали ще мога да ги експортнем в Excel, защото... Нали? Да, именно. Така че, в смисъл, не се отчаивате, когато чуете този въпрос. Но това не значи, че трябва да ги държим в Excel. Нали? Нито да ги четем от Excel. В смисъл, поне CSV. Поне CSV. И сега, когато работим с CSV обаче, има няколко неща, които са недостатък. И едното е, че CSV-то няма схема. Нали? И като няма схема сега, всъщност то е малко криво тук, като ще го изчете. И не се подвеждайте под грешките, защото дори да ги следвате, няма как да стигнете до читаво четене на това CSV. Тоест, вместо да губите време изследвайки грешките, всъщност добрият вариант тук е просто да кажете, окей, пич, наясно съм, че няма да може да го случиш това нещо. Нали? Дай да видя схемата. Това е същия select, само че в функция, заключен в функция SQLSaturdays First Result Set, при което той ще ме наплюе отново. Нали? Ще кажа, sorry, обаче даваш ми нещо, дето хич не знам какво да го правя. И всъщност това, до което трябва да стигнем е в заявка в този формат. Тоест, буквално трябва да си опишете схема в with клауза, а това е заявката до момента, която вие познаете. Тоест, select top 100 from open row set до тук. Само, че от тук нататък имате много още неща, кога става дума за CSV. И това е формата, делимитъра, first row и схемата. В момента, в който успея да дефинирам схемата, нали, и се разберем с него, че той ще чете, нали, както е така, тогава мога да рънна тази заявка съвсем спокойно и щастливо да си видя данните. Ето ги. Нали? Тоест, всъщност, това е начинът да чета CSV. Да, не е много приятен. Виждате, че кода, който трябва да напише е в пъти повече, отколкото парке. И затова предпочитаме, ако ще правим Lakehouse, файловете да са парке. Можем. Можем да го направим без проблем с Azure Data Factory. Тоест, правите си един пайплайн и казвате, дроп зоната е парке, дроп зоната са CSV-тата, примерно зипнати, нали? Те се инжестват в дроп зоната, след което пайплайна ги фаща, нали? Друга copy activity да кажем, unzipва ги в следващата зона, след това примерно фиксва нещо, ако има malformatting и прочие, и след това ги хвърля в бейс зона, която е парке. Всъщност, в един от нашите проекти точно това правим. Затова го казвам толкова уверено. И common sense, защото ако действително правим заявки, трябва да съобразим и колко точно или какви точно формати са по-удобни за изпълнението на заявки. Както виждате, перформанса не е кой знае колко по-зле, но това, което е по-зле, е, че аз трябва да прочита повече данни, за да видя същия резултат, отколкото ако са парке. Защо? Защото компресирането в парке е много по-голямо. Нали? В CSV, ако трябва да разположа същите данни, но в CSV формат, те ще вземат много повече място, което означава, че ще чета много по-голям обем данни, за да се случи същото. Тоест, прехвърляне в парке формат е доста добра идея, включително по отношение на обема данни, които ще обработвате след това в заявки. Добре, по същия начин мога да направя агрегиране, group by, ето е заявката, няма да е по сега, но абсолютно същото нещо, като всъщност единственото нещо, което касае самото CSV, само това, нали? От цялата заявка, само това са нещата, които са само за CSV-то. Нали? Нищо работа. Свикваш, да, абсолютно, точно така, свикваш. Така, има още нещо, което е много готино. Става дума за заявки върху данните и това е изпълнението на file path и file name функция, т.е. използването на file path и file name функция. Всъщност, тези функции работят като връщат срещу лейка, връщат пътя към файла за всеки файл, от който взима данни и името на файла. Ето как изглежда една такава заявка. Тоест, тук казвате Top 100, имам файл path и файл name. И от тук казвам OK, нали? Това ми е пътя нататък. И вижте какво получавам. Значи, ето го пътя, нали? Заедно с името и само името на файла. Защо ми е тази функция? Тази функция, когато няма аргумент, връща файла, името и пътя на файла, който чета. Обаче, тя може да се използва и като group by, т.е. в group by, може да се използва и в where clause на сета. Ето как. Искам да видя колко са продажбите по файлове. Файловете са ми на дневна база, нали се сещате? Тоест така ще видя колко са ми продажбите на ден. И ако пусна тавка, съответно, тук ще имам и файл path и файл name. Ето. За 2016 Q1. Ето ги. Естествено, това може да се замести по всякакъв друг начин, но ето е идеята. Отново, плюс за организация на данните в лейка. Виждате ли? В смисъл, тук вече имам и значеща информация, нали? Не само по файлове, но това е по дни реално. Тоест, ако ние се организираме добре лейка, де-факто можем да направим доста сериозно, доста добър сценарий за работа. Как ползвам филтъринга? Ами ето, тук ще сложа една where клауза, нали? И ще кажа where, примерно, файл path, да кажем едно, е в месец ще сложа месец. Как? Ами ако тръгна в лейка, всъщност само секунда, вижте как изглежда месеца като критерий. Month равно на 12. Нали? Тоест, ако сложа month тук и кажа month равно на звезда, тогава това би следвало да бъде филтър. И тук мога да кажа in, съответно, кой месец да сложим? Значи това е Q1. 1 и 2. Ето. Само, че се опасявам, че понеже това е част от пътя, това са стрингове, не са цифри. И ето, вижте как изглежда това като заявка. Тоест, още един начин, по който заради организацията на лейка и файловете мога да филтрирам, включително по месеци. Как стана този номер? Ами ето така. Всъщност едно, тук като аргумент, сочи към първия wildcard, който съм сложила в пътя. И замества стойностите тук. Ако искам да параметризирам още, мога да кажа, добре, знаеш ли, че всъщност искам да видя year или quarter, да кажем, също тук ще сложа звездата. Нали? Тогава това става файл path 2, ако искам да сложа месец. Тоест мога да филтрирам, да изкарам изцяло динамичен линк и да филтрирам based on пътя, който си посоча тук. Доста добър сценарий за филтриране. Тоест това, което до тук разгледахме, всъщност беше ето тази част. Нали? Тоест, ако тръгнем в тази посока тук, имаме със сигурност следното. Сам секунда да видя дали химикала ми е тук, за да мога да пиша по слайда. Обикновено, понеже не знам къде ще се наложи да презентирам. И сигурно се в чантата винаги. Нека да видя дали ще работи сега. Но идеята ми е да ви покажа всъщност докъде сме стигнали. Тоест тук имам, да, работи, този сценарий, в който пращам заявки срещу Data Lake. И това е Open Run Set. Олеле. Ужас. Така. И querying е парке, JSON и Delta след малко ще видите. Сега, следващата фаза е всъщност да направим metadata layer върху Data Lake. Как? Значи, за да направим metadata layer, би следвало да можем да правим обекти и баси. Нали така? Тоест, тия заявки са хубаво, но те са адхок. Нали? Трябва нещо постоянно все пак да има, за да можем да го ползваме като тип Data Warehouse. И затова, ето как би изглеждало това. Първо, създавам една база. Ето. Collation-а това трябва да е don't ask. Ето е базата и от тук нататък създавам обекти в нея. Какво мога да си направя в тази база? Мога да кажа, създай ми едно view, в което да затворя този целият select, който изградих, нали? За да може това view да се използва от юзерите. Кои юзери? Power BI, разбира се. Нали? Така, и къде е ето е базата. Създай ми това view. Ето вюто. Добре. И сега казвам select звезда, разбира се. From това view. Окей. Добре. Мога да създам обект view. Нали? Очевидно. Мога да създам обект view, което е с шаблон. В смисъл с wildcards. Без проблем. Ето го. Какво означава това? Ако в момента примерно си представим, че сме януари 2012 и вкарваме данни всяка вечер за следващия ден, тогава, ако изпълня това view the day after, как мислите? Ще видя ли тези данни от предната вечер? Да, абсолютно. Тоест, ако те попадат и тук under month 1, нали? Абсолютно да. Тоест, това е едно от големите предимства в крайна сметка. Изграждаме едно view и то всеки път ни връща, нали, пресните данни, без се налага да го актуализирам това view по никакъв начин. Да, ама не е материалайз, все още. В смисъл, изцяло адхок е. Всъщност нещо като view с union, обаче няма нужда да добавям нищо. Нали, защото то само си ваща всички фолдъри, които са beneath month 1. Добре. Мога ли да параметризирам? Няма проблем. В смисъл, това е user-defined функция. Тоест не, това още не е user-defined функция. Това е всъщност параметризация на клаузата file path. Вижте. За месец и за година. Или за година и за месец случая. Нали? Едно е година. Ето го. 2 е месец. В този случай мога да създам параметризирано view, което знаете, предполагам, че се казва функция, нали, в SQL Server, по същия начин. Мога да кажа, окей, създай ми тази функция. Това се казва sales view fun, понеже I have fun, нали? В смисъл, така е много яко да се казва. И имам два параметра, два аргумента. Единия е година, другия е месец. Тези два аргумента след това ще влязат в файл path и ще мога да филтрирам по година и по месец, когато използвам view. Ако създам това view тук под формата на функция, ето го, тогава вижте как ще го ползвам. Нали? То ще кажа, дай ми това view, като ми дай обаче за 2018 12 месец продажбите само. Нали? Готино. Да.
Да, но това няма да изпълни пак същата заявка, да извика вюто.
Естествено.
Вюто да прочете файловете, да изпълни заявката и да го върне.
Абсолютно да. В смисъл, по никакъв начин не съм материализирала нищо. Тоест, всичко, което правя в момента е с цел улеснение на потребителите. Тоест, когато потребителя Power BI, разбирайте юзер, се конектне към моята база, наречена SQL DemoSat, нали? Той ще види вюто се едно е таблица. Нали? И ще си пусне заявката и ще си направи отчето върху вюто. Сега колко бързо ще му върне данните. Една друга работа. Сега не говорим за това, нали? Все още. Да, нещо такова.
Да, но пак е адхок.
Адхок е.
Да.
Категорично адхок е това. В смисъл, много няма две думи по въпрос. Нека сега да видим дали имаме някаква опция да не е адхок, в крайна сметка. Значи, имаме два варианта. Първо, нека да създам тази схема. За да не е адхок, трябва да създам таблица, очевидно. Нали? И таблиците, които създавам в този тип бази, наречени Lakehouse, са external таблици. Защото те трябва да сочат към лейка. Нали? Така, единият ми вариант да създам external таблици е да кажа, дай това тук сега този скрипт и ми създай една external таблица. Ето тук директно. Сега той ще се пробва да чете данните. Ще ме пробва на 4000. Няма да стане пич, защото 4000 е too much. Дай да го свиеме малко. И ще кажа, базата ми е тази. Ако обичаш в тази схема, ми създай таблица, наречена Sales нещо си. И ми отвори скрипта да видя какво се направя. Ето как изглеждат нещата. За да направя external таблици, трябва да дефинирам формата. Всъщност това е формат парке. Ето го. И да му дам някакво име. Трябва да дефинирам external data source и да му дам локация. И трябва да дефинирам таблицата. Ето е таблицата. Това ми е схемата. И тази таблица е с тази локация. Тази локация в този случай посочва локацията на файла. В смисъл откъде ще чета. Това според вас материализирано ли е или е адхок? Не. В смисъл без кес исках да кажете не. Не е. Това все още е насока. Смисъл location. Схема към location. Проблемът с това е, че всъщност, окей, хубаво ще го направим по този начин. Имам добър сценарий тук за да направя звездичките да сложа и да прочета данните и да ми се актуализират всеки път, когато зареждам. Но каква е разликата с вюто? Всъщност, голямата разлика с вюто е, че тези таблици имат статистики, които се оптимизират, изграждат динамично и така нататък, т.е. по-бързи са един вид. Нали, без да впускам в подробности. Екстернал таблиците за репитинг заявки са по-бързи. Само, че в тая таблица аз не мога да дам where клауза, не мога да дам file path, смисъл, всъщност нямам select. Нали, за да го направя, трябва да ползвам селекта върху, т.е. трябва да го направя като селект върху тая таблица. Нали? Демек, сега нямам open query, имам select from table. Това имам. И таблицата съм е създала. И сега, ако създадете 20 такива таблици, направо можете да правите стар схема и това да стане, нали, да изглежда като Data Warehouse. Точно така. Всеки път е тази. Select Top 100 към лейка. Данните са в лейка. Нали? Колко е бърза, по-бърза е от адхок. Нали? Обикновено е така. Сега... Но да, в смисъл малко по-бърза от адхок, да кажем. Може ли да имаме други опции? Ами ето. Имаме други опции. Те се казват Setas. Setas е Create External Table with Location as Select. Това вече материализира резултат. Как? Ами, този location всъщност не е оня location, който гледахте преди това. Този location казва къде в Data Lake ще се материализира резултата. Къде ще се запише резултата. А това казва какво ще се запише, нали, като се изпълни, резултата ще се запише ето тук на този location. Okay? И при това положение, този Setas, нали, вече ще материализира резултата и естествено тук вече имате select звезда from sales edit posi. Нали? Има такъв вариант. Как изглежда резултата? Сега ще ви покажа. Не. Само неудобни въпроси ми задават. Не, няма, за съжаление. И това е един от дробаците тук. Значи... Drop и create. Сега. Не може всичко на куп. Ще чакаме. Нали? Да. Освен това, най-вероятно и това ще се случи в един момент, обаче сега не се случва. Нали? Тоест, drop и create. Хубавата новина тук, ако има такава изобщо, в този случай, че това е транзакт SQL. В смисъл, може да си направиш записана процедура, нали, да ръниш, която да ти дропне и да... Нали, джобови нямаш, обаче може да имаш пайплайн, примерно. Да.
Си го настроиш всеки ден
да.
И след това си работиш с материализираните данни, които са доста...
Да, това е опцията. Ма какво прекъш? Абсолютно! Да. И...
На данни на процеса на всичко се взимат.
Така е. Сега исках да ви покажа, само секунда, как изглежда това. Някъде съм го записала. Ето го, вижте го. Виждате ли? Контейнера. Гона. Значи контейнера, не този, другия ще ви покажа, защото този не съм го изпълняла. Ето как изглежда резултат. Паркета сега. В смисъл. Но се застилат, както се казва, нали? Съхраняват се в контейнера и оттам нататък сте готови. Добре. И последно, всъщност, т.е. какво успяхме да направим? Ето това. Нали? Т.е. създаваме база, видяхте я, нали? Която съответно ползва обекти тук. И тук имаме вюта, нали, записани процедури, функции и екстернал таблици. Големият въпрос всъщност е как стоят нещата с делтата. Ето как стоят нещата с делтата. От SQL On Demand Много бързо ще ви покажа как просто правим заявка към Delta формат. Значи, когато работим с SQL On Demand, ето е делтата. Делтата включва паркетата, нали? Всяка промяна генерира нов паркет файл, плюс Delta Log в JSON, т.е. едно Transaction Log на базата. Нали? И какво мога да направя? Всъщност мога да кажа, дай ми, само че тук казвам не конкретен файл, а фолдъра, който представлява Delta формат. И за тази цел рънвам тази заявка. Ето. И сега тук обръщам внимание на следното. Това е Delta формата, който имам до сега, т.е. до юни месец всъщност, този Delta се поддържаше в Databricks. Т.е. с ноутбуци в Databricks, създаването на Delta формата, апдейта и така нататък. В момента това, което имам, целият този формат съм го направила в ноутбук. Ето как изглежда това и с това ще приключим. Без да пускам ноутбук, няма нужда. Но ето вижте, всъщност изчела съм в фрейм текстов файл. Ето го, CSV-то. Ето как изглежда то. Този продукт има тази цена. След което съм създала формата по този начин. Нали съм казала, добре сега, този пътя към фолдъра, към контейнера ще е този. Ползвай write формат, нали, на фрейма, тип Delta, съхрани го в този пат. Така се е появил този контейнер, който ви показах. От тук нататък, това, което ми дава Delta-та е всъщност голямото предимство. След като импортна Delta Tables и library-та в Spark, последната версия на Spark, т.е. ако имате друг клъстер, трябва да си създадете нов с последната версия на Spark и Delta 1.2. И тук създавам Delta обекта, ето го, Delta таблицата, и след което, дали с Transact SQL или така, съответно правя апдейт. Нали? Абсолютно стандартна клауза през Python или през апдейт на Select, само че трябва да създам view междинно и да казвам апдейтни ми тази цена на този продукт до тук. При което цената става такава. В този Python мога вече да ползвам history, мога да правя merge, мога да правя много неща, които в on-demand клъстър просто само единствено чета. On-demand клъстър има ограничения за четене, нали? Не може да входите по версии, т.е. задължително трябва да комбинирате, ако тръгнете да правите Lakehouse, но on top of Delta, нали? Трябва задължително да комбинирате с Spark ноутбук, за да може в Spark да се погрижите за тази част, касаеща продуцирането и мейнтенанса, и вършенинга, и потенциално четене на версия, нали, определена, т.е. back in history. Ако щете да създавате обекти или да създавате, да правите нещо в Delta формата. Т.е. с други думи, Delta формата се работи и се създава без проблеми, но трябва да ползвате Spark в Synapse Analytics, не on-demand клъстър. И тази част, която касае стора, смисъл конекцията, нали? Това са дейтасетовете, които можете да създадете и от дейтасетовете съответно да се конектнете към SQL On Demand. Това е стандартен Transact SQL TDS Endpoint. Добре, това беше до момента, т.е. тази част всъщност е малко по-сложна. Направихме първите стъпки, следващите стъпки ще ги довършваме по-нататък в сесиите на юзер групата, така че да видите и изцяло Delta формата от до, от създаването му през заявката и през виждането му в Power BI. Следващата сесия, както ви казах, ще бъде на 16 септември. Регистрирайте се. Това беше от мен. Ще се видим за сесията след откриването. След малко. Добре. И аз?
Аз имам въпрос за за делта в фермата. Имам данните от чега и от ОМВМ по какъв начин да взема новите данни и апдейтните данни.
Много обичам този въпрос, аз ще го покажа много бързо обаче. Става ли?
Да.
Сега ще го видиш. Значи можеш да ползваш.
Като данни, нали съм и говорим за big data, говорим за милиони, милиарди гигабайти и така нататък. Като ги взема и като ги мърчвам ръчно.
Значи, идеята е такава, да, като ги мърчваш, ако тръгнеш да ползваш, чакай секунда, сори за скролинга, секунда. Да, значи, ако ползваш SQL, нали, предполагам знаеш стандартния начин, в който създаваш таблица и после мърчваш, нали, т.е. етко. Въпросът е обаче, че в този случай може да се окаже, че е по-бавна операция, нали. Идеята е, че трябва данните, които идват, ако можеш, да ги групираш в два типа. Примерно, едните, които са за insert, и едните, които са за update. Нали? Защото иначе много тежко ще изолираш, нали, кое ще е insert и кое ще е update. Трябва да правиш смърч. Разбираш ли? В смисъл, това ние направихме в Хилта. Инсъртите да ги... но това вече зависи от сорса. Ако сорса ти позволява, имаш колона в сорса, която да идентифицира, че това е инсърт, а пък че това е операция апдейт, тогава много лесно можеш да генерираш паркета или CSV-та, ако щеш, които са с данните за инсърт, те влизат директно някакво ги мислиш, нали? И данните за апдейт всъщност да ги докараш в контейнер, които са само за апдейт. Нали? Тогава може да се получи доста по-добре и по-бързо.
Защото делата ми дава снапшот за единия ден, снапшот за другия ден, обаче аз не знам какви са ми апдейтите, какви са...
Да, именно. В смисъл, ако така и ти идват данните, при теб идва тежката операция, в която трябва да изолираш и да мърчваш по този начин и няма как да избегнеш от нея. Сега може да оптимизираш тук, но при такива обеми, нали, много трудно. Затова варианта е, нали, ние това, което предпочетохме да направим, да се опитаме да ги направим в... нали, предварително.
Да знам кое ми е
абсолютно. Да, точно така. Да, защото инсърта влиза директно, в смисъл, това няма какво го мислиш. Нали? Докато иначе трябва да обслужиш и него, докато изолираш тези. Добре, супер. Какви въпроси?
Нещо споменам метаданните, че са column oriented, когато...
Не ги мисли. В смисъл, да, engine, нали, е тип, даже value, нали, cell oriented engine. За разлика от този, който е role-based engine в стандартния SQL сервер.
Това е много ценно.
Да.
Защото агрегациите, примерно average, sum, count и някакви неща ще работят много, много по-бързо.
Факт. Но има още малко вода да изпием, докато станат много по-бързи. Факта, че проекта се оптимизира много сериозно. Аз очаквам в Ignite, знаете, че Ignite е другата седмица, не? Другата ли беше? Другата. Да се релизнат много неща. Нали? Без да казвам конкретно, нали, но очаквайте още промени тук. Така че ще имаме още работа, още неща в лейка. Синапс специално.
Може последния слайд да се снимал да дойде.
Абсолютно, заповядай.
Аз преди малко в митъпа не успях да се...
С това ли? Ти ме махна от рестрима.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other.
Нека да имат. So, welcome again. Thanks for coming. This Data Saturday is the first one, preliminary in person after COVID times. And I'm really happy that we're going back to normal type of events in person. So, for this event, we have partial streaming, but it seems that probably we will remove this for next events and we will expect you only in person for the rest events this year and next year. But again, thanks for coming. And what is the most important? We need several things to have good events. We need to have venue, we need to have partners, we need to have speakers, and we need to have, of course, people who to come and enjoy these events. So on this opening, our team wants to say big thank you to all our partners because they did a lot to be possible to support these events. Situation is different. Actually, everything around events stay much more expensive than before the COVID. But again, with the help of partners, we have this opportunity to organize events in good environment with good content and everything which is needed. So I will add several things here. Give me 1 second because I would like to add list with our partners. Okay, and cable. Where is our cable?
The HDMI is just below the desk.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Perfect. So, because we will start with pretty expected way. Usually I'm saying some things about who started SQL community in Bulgaria. The answer is obvious. Of course, this is Magi Naumova, and Magi Naumova also contribute a lot as speaker, partner, and with other activities with Inspirit, and decided she now is staying mostly in Norway. She really contributes a lot for our community. So thank you, Maggie, and welcome to our event.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm so happy to be here again and to be part of this our event in Sofia. And it's really nice to get back to this format. And I believe this will be a successful one in the next years because we can meet, we can talk, and I even found partners from Sweden here, which was really surprising. I mean, so yes, I live mostly in Norway and I spend my time there, but I'm so happy that I can contribute to the Bulgarian community. I'm still Bulgarian MVP, and I'm still running in Spirit Bulgaria and SQL Master Academy, as well as in Spirit Norge. So this is my job, and in Spirit Bulgaria is 12 years like already, and for these 12 years we managed to do so much stuff in the area of data platform, not just new project, not just gaining the trust in our customers in Bulgaria, but helping community to grow and for us to be here together today. On top of that, I'd like to introduce today a new community in Bulgaria, which is called Azure Analytics User Group. And I think it's about time to start more intensive talks on Azure Analytics platform in the cloud. So we have our user group released today, and I expect you to register and to help us build this community together in Bulgaria. So our next meeting will be on 16th of November, and we will talk about Azure SQL Data Warehouse and Synapse Analytics, some best practices and design concept. But please take a chance, for those of you who are here or for those of you who listen to my sessions, to use the barcode and to join our meetup. Today, you have a great chance not just to join the community, but to participate for an award at the end of the day. So that's a challenging for today. And I believe we can talk not only about SQL stuff, but we must talk on what are the possibilities for building solutions in Azure platform, because this is something really big and we must be prepared. So our goal will be to prepare the Bulgarian IT community for building a really powerful analytics applications in the cloud. Thank you, Mikhail.
Thank you.
Most of partners have strong expertise in data platform analytics and related technologies. And I will not represent details. It is better our partners to do that. And I will invite EPAM, because EPAM also is growing very strong expertise. And yes, welcome and thank you for the support.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dejan Paležev, and I run the data science unit of EPAM. So a couple of words about the company. Probably you are aware, but if you're not, we are a very large IT consulting company, more than 60,000 people around the world, in, I guess, more than 50 countries in Bulgaria. We just reached the 400 people threshold earlier this year. What else? We are part of the S&P 500 index, and as of a few months ago, part of Fortune 1000 index also. Now, in Bulgaria, we are developing the data practice. As we speak, we have three major domains so far: data engineering, data analytics, and data science that I represent. Another interesting thing about EPAM being a consulting company is that one can choose the types of projects that they want to work on. I mean, we serve different industries, you name them, telcos, pharmaceutical companies, utilities, large manufacturers, and all household names that you see in your everyday life, in the streets and everywhere. What else? Actually, something from this week. You're going to see that you may have seen, but there is going to be more PR announcements. We have just started an initiative with the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics at Sofia University to support their brand new bachelor's program in data analytics. I guess that's about EPAM. We have two of our colleagues that will be presenting things related to their work later in the day. So please join their presentations. And again, thank you for being here.
Okay. So there are also some partners with very interesting projects, which probably are challenging in this area. I am very happy to invite Georgi Gerginov from Anthill, and he will share some thoughts about interesting projects in this area. What exactly Anthill is doing.
I'm not sure for 1-2 minutes what I'll be able to share actually for interesting projects, but I'll
it is up to you.
I'll try my best. Thanks. So as Mikhail mentioned, I'm Georgi Erginov leading Anthill. What we do, we're building development locations for other companies in Bulgaria and operating them. As part of this, we have really interesting, big, huge projects, I would say, with some really data-intensive businesses, especially insurtech, fintech, related with, I already mentioned a lot of data, many AI-related topics, and we had the pleasure today to share some of them in the sessions we have with the colleagues from Anthill. And I'm around, so out of this 1-2 minutes, I'm around and we can discuss more about our projects. I want to thank to Mikhail and all the colleagues organizing this nice event and having us here. So thanks for having us and see you around.
Probably I have no need to say some things about Microsoft because most of presentations are related to Microsoft technologies, but we have several interesting speakers from Microsoft, people from Italy, people from Spain. So I would like to invite these people who came from Spain, very interesting speakers with very good expertise, especially in real life use cases, to share some things about Microsoft and what exactly they are doing.
Well, first of all, thank you. It's an honor to be here. Okay, after a lot of time, we come again to a presential event. So we are very happy to be here. And moreover, because we are not from marketing, we are not from sales, we come from support. Okay.
We are the bad guys, right?
Yeah, we are the guys that you call when you have any problem. Okay, so we usually see our product in the worst scenario. Okay, where everything fails. So it's a pleasure to come here to see all the people, let's say, happy with our product. Okay, and we came to share some of our experience with the cases, some of the gaps of knowledge that we see on the customers, to share it with you. Okay. So I hope you enjoy about all the presentations that Marco and we will deliver here. And one more, thank you for the organization to invite us.
For some of our partners, we have videos, but this will be at the end. And also, friends from Adatis have a little bit more interesting and attractive presentation. So we will continue with Scale Focus. Really, Scale Focus is one of the main companies in our local IT community and IT industry. And I suppose you see this guy here. He's one of the main persons in the company. So okay.
So yeah, Scale Focus is on world standards, a small company. We're about 800 people, a Bulgarian company. I'm with the company since the start. I'm currently the CTO of the company. And we specialize we actually, Tanya there is leading our data teams. We are doing also 3 main verticals. So data engineering, data science, and analytics. So what we're seeing is actually Microsoft products are growing quite significantly in terms of their impact on the whole data community and how data is managed nowadays. So it's really interesting for us to be part of that. And actually, everything is developing quite fast, and it's really, really interesting. We also work with household names and so on, but that's pretty much holds true for all the colleagues. So hopefully you find the event interesting and fulfilling. Thanks.
Thanks to our friends from Skill Focus and another partner with very strong expertise in data platform from a long time here in Bulgaria. And probably you can guess, this is Adastra. Adastra built this expertise from a long time, probably 20 years, but you will share a little bit more. So welcome and thank you for your feedback.
Good day all. Nice to meet you here. I'm Vladimir Marinov, working in Adastra already. And Adastra is a Canadian international consulting company. We have many projects with, for example, business intelligence, data integration, warehousing, data warehousing, cloud solutions, and data governance, and of course, Microsoft platform and Dynamic 365 projects. Already, Adastra have about 400 employees in Bulgaria, even more in the world, in the Canada and many other countries, and still increasing the employees in this company. Today, I will present to you Power Platform. For me, it's a very good solution for Microsoft. Come to me 13:15 in track 3, and so there will be presentation name will be Enjoy Low No-Code Development with Power Platform. I wish all of you a good day and funny day with our presentation here, and I'm around. Can answer any question even before or after the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we have another partner from probably several years, very interesting company. Some people probably know about this company, more, some less. It is actually very interesting structure with very strong customers, and I'm happy to invite our partners from Coherent Solutions. They have very strong expertise, but again, probably 3 years ago, it was interesting. So it is good also to share these details to other people.
Thank you. So I was a bit unprepared, so it will be short. We are part of Saturday Sofia for second consecutive year, and we are happy to support it because it's an event where content matters, and it's not about PR, it's not about presenting jobs, it's about really technical people sharing knowledge and exchange. That's why we are happy to be part of it. Coherent Solutions is IT consulting company. We are American company. Existing since 95. In Bulgaria, we are already for 4 years. Maybe what makes us different is that we have keep it small thinking, so everything is about flat hierarchy, about exchanging ideas, about having some freedom, and about technical guys supporting other technical guys to grow. Currently, we work with various technologies, cloud data solutions on our projects. We use both SQL and non-SQL technologies. As an HR, I would spare you more details. But if you want to know more about the company and about what technologies we use, you can come to our stand. We have also technical guy, Angel Tudorov, he's over there. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Probably most of you like games, but behind the stage, around games, we have very strong technologies. And usually, around these games, most of the things are data-centric. So when we talk about games, usually we have data. We have a lot of data, different type of analysis, including also artificial intelligence and, of course, related technologies like IoT, networking, and some other parts of information technology stack. So probably already you guess I'm talking about PokerStars. PokerStars is one very, very popular brand, part of Flutter, and I would like to invite our partners from PokerStars. Probably. Also, Georgi is very good gamer.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us, Michał. It's really nice to see some popular faces. It's really nice that it's in person, how it should be. Today we don't have a speaker, but probably some of you know that Koyan Kosev, he has been speaking on this event for several years. He's working with us. And along with him, we actually have a team of 30 data engineering colleagues here. They're spread in different squads. So we have 3 verticals. We have data engineering, where, as you can imagine, we have data warehouse. We also have colleagues who are working on the transition to AWS, so quite vast range of technologies. We also have data product, which is something that we're trying to develop. So the business side of it, I don't know in what fields you're working, but we are also focusing on this too. And we also have data science and machine learning. So what is PokerStars about? A part of the world-known poker product, we also have sports betting and casino games, as well as integrations with casino games, but also our own development. So as just Michał said, it's really complex data, and the volumes are just huge because we're talking about millions of players. And what else I can tell you? We are just outside. You can reach out. We'll be glad to speak with you, and have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have already our partners from Avara, because they're traveling from another location in Bulgaria, but on local IT market and local community, Avara is from Sun. I can share several things. This company has very strong expertise in business applications, Office, and of course, data platform. They are focused on solutions around data, but mostly related to business applications. If it is something which I can simplify as part of Microsoft stack, because there are included SharePoint, Office 3, and other technologies. Power Automate, the whole Power Platform in general. You will meet them later because there are several sessions, and I hope that we will have Avara at our events. And here you saw one brand which usually you relate to different things. Probably you can guess this is Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola is one of the huge companies with very strong IT, because they need to manage everything related to manufacturing. You know, if you produce something, doesn't matter what exactly, it is related to very strong manufacturing processes and also logistics and some other things. So such kind of companies have a lot of things related to data, different solutions, usually data-centric, usually things also related to some analysis, fraud detection on production lines, also very complex approval flows and different types of flows in different contexts. I will not spend your time, but they have one video. And this thing which we would like to share. I just will, yeah.
And that was very successful delivery. we renovated the global delivery center. Here we are developing products for the global Coca-Cola company used across the planet. Now, I want to emphasize that this is not just delivery. This is the real deal. This is here we architect, design, make critical decision points together with stakeholders across the globe to deliver these global products. Now, total of the data products that I want to share with you is quite impressive. One of which is a global distributed sales database that tracks all the sales of all Coke products all the time across the world every day non-stop. So we're talking about 130 million transactions per day, 100 gigabytes of data per day. Already.
Let's check in this way. No. Well, we will keep it in this way then.
DB, Synapse, Data Factory, the mini Data Factory in Synapse, like everything, embedded Power BI, whatever you need. Now, according to Microsoft, this database is top 5 deployment, cosmically deployment in the world, so it's quite big. Not only that, this database is mission critical to the company because shareholders are getting data feeds out of it. So quarterly reports are based on data coming from this global sales database, plus data coming from this database is being reported back to Wall Street. Now, not only that, but the data collected by this global sales DB is used to feed other medical products across the company, one of which I'm going to talk about right now, which is a toolkit for revenue management. So this is a suite of tools with predictive, descriptive analytics, on top of which we have simulation capabilities, where we're able to run business simulations and like ask questions like what will happen if we do hit that, the competitor does that, and so on. Now, this suite of tools, what they do, like we collect different sales data from different channels across the world. We collect consumer behavior, what do consumers shop, where do they shop, what do they shop, how much do they shop, when do they shop. Plus, with target audience surveys, we're able to build extremely complex market models that are scaling. Now, one of the things it allows us to do is to ask the question like, let's say, imagine we do a model of some Asian country, and this allows us to ask questions like, what will happen, like the normal simulation, what will happen if we increase with 5% the Coke price of half a liter PAT in some Asian city? So we will know what will happen with our portfolio, competitor portfolio, what will happen with our P&L, what will be the impact, and so on. Beyond that, it is able to give the business user the virtual launch codes. What will happen if I launch? You can do it to a virtual launch. What will happen if I launch a 4.5 ml income project? And it will give you information what will be the impact. Also, there in the toolkit itself, you can ask like other business developments, like real business question, for example, help me. You go to say, right, help me increase my revenue 2% in this specific market, and the data is available. Toolkit is going to come back with build scenarios and help you achieve your business goal. Now, the technology behind the toolkit is, of course, cloud-based, everything is in Azure. We're talking about a lot of Python code running by Spark on top of database in Synapse, LB4, we have also Arcode, of course. We are running on data factory, the data, middleware is called 6, so B7, from the end 14 was embedded Power BI. Now we are such heavy users of embedded Power BI, and some of the developers in embedded Power BI are coming directly from use cases from the toolkit. So we're pushing embedded Power BI literally to the data we should do it. Very happy with the cooperation with Microsoft. So technological sake is not that cool, not that great, but used to serve a purpose. One of the things I'm allowed to share on this. Here is one market scenario developed with our tools. After that, implemented in a specific unnamed market, key market, the result is a $2.5 million revenue increase for a key market, which we are extremely proud and things developed here. Designed, architected, used across the globe, bring immediate value, so create a very valuable team. But enough about that. I can talk about agents, about our tools, and so on. You're here to see the great sessions that colleague. TCC and the Coca-Cola Company is very happy to be sponsoring and participating in this very important local IT event. I hope you guys enjoy the sessions. If you're interested in advancing your data engineering career, don't hesitate to contact us. We don't bite. Make the call deal with you, but all the best. Enjoy. Bye.
Thanks to our partner from Coca-Cola. And at the end, we have our friends from UK, Adatis. So welcome, John and the whole team. Just a second. Check things. Okay, and if
hello everybody. So I'm John, and I'm here to talk to you about Adatis. So Adatis are a specialized BI and data analytics company. We're a Microsoft Gold partner, and we've recently been taken on by Telefonica. Over the last 16 years, we've grown from 3 to over 1,000 employees with the recent Telefonica acquisition, and we have offices in the UK, Bulgaria, and also in India. We've got 5 gold competencies with Microsoft. We're a Databricks partner, and we were Synapse launch partners and Purview launch partners as well. We operate in 3 different areas, as you can see here. So we have an advisory kind of business consulting role where we come in, understand your business, and work out the requirements. We have a delivery role where we come in and build large enterprise solutions. And then we have a kind of constant running model where we will come in and help either assist with the day-to-day running of your solution, or if we've delivered one, we'll keep it running and maintained and ongoing in a kind of managed services capacity. Hopefully you'll recognize some of the clients we work with here. So obviously Heathrow Airport, Volkswagen, ASOS, who are the largest consumer of Azure resources in Europe. So we work on fairly large enterprise projects for a number of very large corporate clients across typically kind of Azure stack, really. So things like Azure, Databricks, Data Factory, Power BI, and also the kind of traditional on-prem SQL Server that we all know and love. We also published some books, so books on modern data warehousing and also on master data services. But it's not really the technology that makes Adatis special. I think that one of the key things is the people in the community around us. So I'd really like to introduce you to our head of people in Bulgaria, Ellie.
Thank you, John. Hi, everyone, and it's great to see many of you today here in person again. My name is Ellie, and I'm here to talk to you a bit more about our culture in Adatis. As you can see from the pictures here, Adatis is a people-focused company. And this is our latest team building event in Vitosha, where we spend great time in the nature. But we are also very proud of our core values and our vision. Our vision is to be the data analytics company most admired for its people, culture, and innovation, exactly. And our values represent exactly that. Also, what our people say about us, it's exactly that. It's a great place to work, where people thrive and have opportunities for growth and development. But we also want to tell you a bit more about ourselves, and I'm really glad to tell you a bit more about John. John is our director here in Bulgaria. He joined Adatis more than 10 years ago, and he has more than 15 years of experience in the data and tech world. When John is not working, though, he enjoys quite a lot of outdoor activities, swimming and cooking, of course.
Thank you, Ellie. So yeah, to tell you a little bit about Ellie. Ellie joined Adatis 2 years ago. She's been working in the people function, really helping us to grow there and develop. And when she's not hard at work and helping us grow and develop, Ellie's really into cooking. She also loves outdoor activities and hiking as well.
Thank you, John. I also want to introduce you to Kali. Kali is one of our consultants in Adatis, and she has been with us for almost a year now. She's working on our latest projects at the moment. And also like me and John, she likes outdoor activities, running, and she's actually running a marathon tomorrow. So good luck to you, Kali.
Thank you, Abby. Hi, everyone. My name is Kalina. I would like to introduce to you my amazing friend and colleague, Alex. Alex is a junior consultant. He has been with us for about 2 years now, and he would like to talk to you a little bit about the way that he was introduced to the company.
Thank you, Kali. I'm going to talk about just my experience with and in Adatis with only 2 pictures, how it all started. Now, it started from one very interesting university program in Sofia University. This was in December 2019. The first time when I got introduced to Adatis. This is John, as you can see. This is Matt, and this is our other Kalina. And in this program, the next semester, the next year, we had very interesting NoSQL course led by, as you can see, the main organizer of this event. In this NoSQL course, I learned the basics, the fundamental knowledge about the Azure portal, and of course, his favorite Cosmos DB. And with this foundational knowledge, I joined Adatis in September 2020, where I'm using the latest data analytics technologies, and I'm consulting different types. And here on this picture, I'm talking about the importance of posing the dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics. Having mentioned dedicated SQL pool, now is the time to give the floor to my amazing colleague, Władysław.
Just wait. Thanks. So that's me. This is my session today. You've probably noticed it's in the past. So if you're interested in it, I will invite you to watch the recording. I covered the basics of what a dedicated SQL pool is, how it works, a couple of the common gotchas around the tool itself. Yeah. Also, I handed out an amazing prize at the end of the session, and maybe we have some more at our stand. John?
In case you're wondering what the prizes are, they are, of course, as always, hammocks.
So if you want to get your hands on one of our hammocks left on the stand, you can head to our stand and talk more with us. We'll be more than happy to speak to you. This is how the stand looks like, or something like that. And we also want to use the chance to tell you that we're growing our team here in Bulgaria. These are the roles that we are currently recruiting for. They are all advertised remotely. But for more contacts, come and speak with us at the stand or check our social media profiles.
And just to say a big thank you to everybody. It's really great to see everybody here. It's really great to be here. And thank you for all of the hard work that goes into the organisation. Yeah, I hope to speak to some of you at the stand. Please do pop over, say hello. We've got a great event at Adatis today because one of our colleagues is going to be getting married, so we will disappear a little bit early today, so apologies for that, but please do come over. We'd love to chat to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One from our of course, it is good to mention Sofia Tech Park because they support us not only like owner of the venue, but also like partner. Now, we have 30 minutes, almost predicted delay. But I think that this is something which is not bad because we had this good opening, we have more people, and we will continue now from 12 with the next time slot. And here, of course, with Maggie Naumova. Lunch break and all other sessions will be with 30 minutes shifted. We will change this on the schedule online. If you have a printed schedule, just consider that afternoon sessions will be with 30 minutes delay. Thank you and enjoy the rest of conference.
Не съм. Сори, забравих. Ще разкажа. Така, готови сме. Има ли English speaking? Асти, добре. That was not an English answer actually, but okay, I can accept that. Okay, good. Then switching to English. So at least it's not Norwegian, so that's fine. As soon as it's we stay in this mood. Good. Okay. Then today my session will be about SQL Server 2022. As you probably know that this release is about to become GA very soon. So I expect that to happen probably next week or at the end of Ignite or at the beginning of Ignite. I don't know. But it will happen soon. So we are almost there. And today I'm going to show you some key stuff that we need to consider when we plan potentially to move or to upgrade, migrate, whatever you name it, to the new version. So SQL Server 2022 comes as part of the overall data platform Microsoft has, and as like part of it, it also has a pretty good integration with Azure cloud environment. So not surprisingly, some of the stuff you will see as like common stuff and common new stuff will be integration of the on-prem version with Azure. So before continuing, yeah, I think you got that slide like for pretty long time during the last session, so I'm not diving into that. About me, I will kind of like skip that for those of you who don't know me. Just yeah, I'm working in a SQL area for I don't know, 20 years or something. I don't count them anymore. It's like interesting part comes when the new versions comes and when the new clients or new project. So nobody counts the years. And I feel old when I start counting them. So yeah. I count the Inspirit company and the companies that I found and are still one of the best company out there in the market here in Bulgaria and already in Norway. So yeah, Azure Analytics, the new user group and the new community in Bulgaria. So please join. We will do some really cool stuff there. That's the new user group, which will cover some common technologies like Azure SQL, Synapse, Databricks, Data Lake, Data Factory, everything. I will expect for now, the community is powered by Inspirit, but I will be happy to discuss with more sponsors so that we can do that together. And more sessions that we can do together, because this is the key technologies that we need to cover and need to prepare the community for. So SQL Server 2022 has some very key features, or like a roadmap that Microsoft follows is to just not leave the on-premise environment, but just to bring the on-premise environment integrated with the cloud technologies. That's why we have like business continuity of SQL Server on Azure with link from SQL Server to Azure managed instance. We have an extremely good option, which is, yes, a release one, I would say. There are more development. I hope they do that. But it's a really good start of Synapse Analytics link, which we have from SQL 2022. I'm going to show you that as well today. Of course, Purview integration. If you do data governance, then it's a very important, especially if you choose Purview for that. So Purview integration is extremely good. I'm not talking about that today, but I believe this is a cool topic that we must plan for the future. Then we have Ledger, still topic that I'm skipping today, just because it's a topic for a whole new session. SQL Ledger is a very good option for protecting financial applications and for having some specific coverage of those applications and tracking and auditing those. So, or in other words, blockchain in SQL DB. So that is coming. It's still, by the way, it's in Azure SQL, but now they bring that in on-prem version as well. So, in other words, when it comes to Azure of course, SQL 2022, then we have several very important pillars of the new platform, of the new product. Extending to SQL is probably a practical stuff that we can take benefits from, because we have some new statements in SQL, very useful though. Then we have Cloud Connected, as I mentioned, that probably will continue. Some of the features are in the very beginning, but they really are worth watching because they will develop. It's inevitable, really. When it comes to smooth integration between SQL Server 2022 as a data source to analytics platform, then those features will be something very important in the roadmap in the future releases as well. So we must cover that. We must watch them, and we must potentially plan them in our project as well. Well, of course, building query intelligence, you probably know that already. For those of you who work with SQL on-prem version, you know that query intelligence and potentially the optimizations in the query platform is something that is going on in the version. It's included in the version since SQL Server 2016, and then 17, and then 19. So they made it really far in the performance optimization process. Yet we can see more in this version, and I would say that this version is focused primarily on using query store for that kind of optimization, because now they just, how I feel it, now they just try to build everything in the query store, try to save all those feedbacks like from the relational engine, like memory feedback, memory grant feedback, CT feedback, so feedback for the estimated cardinality estimator. So everything that goes as store in the query store, and they use query store constantly for tuning and optimizing the queries and adapting the query plan according to the workload that you run. So that's a good stuff, of course. So Query Store is probably that's why Query Store is up and running by default and enabled by default for every database that you move in SQL Server 2022 or you create in 2022. So Query Store has an additional query hints, extremely useful, I would say. We have PSP, parameter sniffing problem is almost resolved. So that's really cool. That's a pain point that we have in SQL Server since, I don't know, many versions. And then, of course, we have a scalability, availability. So many things has happened in the availability space when we have availability groups. So when you consider availability group, you definitely need to consider SQL Server 2016 and above, probably 2017 and above, because of many optimizations in that area. But with SQL Server 2022, many things are pretty new or like optimized from the 2019. I'm going to mention that as well. So in other words, all those are pillars. Which features are worth watching is something that I'm going to cover. And of course, the product comes with many more features. Some of them are very useful, like small tip and tricks, a small set of comments that could help in your daily life. But some of them are really key features that we accept as a signal of the roadmap the product goes in the future. And cloud connected in the first place. When it comes to cloud connected, SQL Server is SQL Server version 2022 is probably the version which is cloud connected. So we have a data replication, or let's say not only the replication, we have availability replica or distributed availability replica from SQL Server 2022 to managed instance. An integration with Synapse Analytics via link. Then, as I mentioned, Purview, Azure Active Directory authentication for SQL Server 2022. Again, a foundation for a common hybrid data platform that you may build and plan for building that. The self-hosted integration runtime help with this solution. So basically, in order to have those two, like Azure Managed Instance and the link, you must consider that distributed availability group will be installed and the self-hosted integration runtime will be installed on the instance as well. So starting with the first one and trying to show you the best of it, Azure Managed Instance and how SQL Server 2022 integrates with Azure Managed Instance. Well, it's funny a little bit because I know if you know it, but some of the colleagues in Microsoft Serbia are actually working on that. And while I was configuring this demo, so I'm showing it the second time, I hope that they made it with SQL Server 2022, but actually they didn't. So you must apply, you must wait, etc. So I decided to run this demo with SQL Server 2019. Oh, that's interesting. So that feature, availability group to managed instance works for several versions of SQL, not just 2022. It works with even SQL Server 2016. Well, what's the difference with 2022 is actually you can, with 2022, you can perform failback once you perform a failover to the managed instance. That's the major difference. In other versions, before 2022, you can perform just migration, which means one way only. So that's the link. And it's still useful though, even with that one site direction. So yeah, and let me show you how this looks like. So when it comes to, yeah, I will zoom it a little bit. Here we go. So I have my SQL Server 2019 as a test instance and a really light database so that I can see the things really fast. And what I will do is I'm going to connect to my managed instance. How the setup looks like. Yeah, sorry, just typing and talking. It's like, yeah, really different for me. And when it comes to managed instance, this managed instance environment is currently configured in one single virtual network. So my virtual machine now is deployed in the virtual network of managed instance in a different subnet. So this configuration allows me to have a really simple way of installing and testing. Probably in the real world scenario, you'll have it a little bit different. Like, for example, you can use a VPN or something that connects your on-prem to managed instance, but you should connect to managed instance. You should see in managed instance via private port, not via public port. So that's the best case, of course. So when it comes to migration and configuring the link, so all you have is you just go through the wizard. Of course, some things needs to be configured in advance, and there is a pretty good guide of configuring this part. And here we go. So always on enabled. Some trace flags will be enabled. If they will stay in the final GA of the product, I don't know, but those are like for optimizing the communication in the availability group or between the availability groups. So then here we go. This is my AdventureWorks database. I had made a backup on this database, and the database is in the full recovery model, of course, required for configuring that. So I'm signing into my account, and what you can see is, here we go. Oh yeah, of course. Why should not be that easy? But anyway, at least I'm in Sofia, so I hope they will be easier. Yeah, I got the code immediately. So it has a little bit of delay when I'm abroad. Okay, should be that one. Yeah, security versus usability, you know. Okay, so that's my Sherpas, and he was able to recognize my resource group and my managed instance. Yeah, it was more convenient for me to provision in North Europe. But anyway, so this is my endpoint. As you can see, this looks like availability group configuration, right? And it is actually. So what happens now is it configures my single replica availability group in SQL Server 2019, and it adds my managed instance as part of distributed availability group. So it uses a distributed availability group for that configuration, and it communicates through certificates and through the endpoints. So I need to certificate, and as you can see here, so I got both groups, availability group on-prem and distributed availability group, which will be configured between on-prem and the managed instance. Here we go. I'm not taking a look at the script right now, but the script is interesting to see the steps that are performed for the configuration. So the options to configure that are like, you can have your availability group in on-prem. That now I have just one replica, but I could have like many. So I can have like entire configuration in on-premise, and you can just join the availability group, which is the distributed availability group in the environment in the cloud. So in this case, you could just add that in your configuration for performing a really smooth migrations. That's a very good for migrations. And here we go. So if I go and refresh that, you can see both groups, my primary, which is on-prem, and my distributed availability group now. Yeah, here we go. And then hopefully at some point, I will see my AdventureWorks in the cloud. Seeding is performed automatically, so I don't need to restore anything. I don't need to do anything except all those steps, like from networking's perspective, how to like configure ports. In this case, I have disabled the firewall completely, just, you know, the easiest way. It's not it's not the best though, so you must configure that better when it comes to the real environment. So what kind of replica do I have then? When I just give me a sec to run some queries here so that you can see. So this is my AdventureWorks on-prem now. Is it? Yep. So this is my on-prem. And I will open another session here so that I can see how I'm querying both. So if I run this in the other session, then you can see, here we go. So I got that as a part of the replica. So it has been seeded really fast. And now I will change just what the company name for a customer. So it's a bike store now, and I will make it Progressive Sports, for example. So I'm running just a single update on my primary replica. As you can see, by default, the distributed availability group in managed instance in the cloud, it's a read-only. Here we go. So you can see the instantaneous upgrade of synchronization between the two. So very nice feature, and in this case, then could be used for high availability and disaster recovery, primarily in disaster recovery with SQL Server 2022, because you can fail back, or for migrations, really smooth migrations, if you really want to use SQL managed instance. And I will stop at this place, not commenting managed instance anymore. So that's another decision and probably another session. But for this configuration to work, it's on managed instance part. How I'm going to do a failover? Well, I can do a failover like this. The failover can be manual. And I can say, okay, without data loss, for example. So again, I'm not going through that process, but it happens immediately. And due to the additional optimization that we expect to receive in SQL Server 2022, that transfer will, even with long queue of transactions, will happen really fast. So I expect that to be the case. So again, failback and fort will be available if you build that with SQL Server 2022. So on top of that, I would say that there are a few additional optimizations and few additional features that come with the version according to or in connected to high availability. So distributed availability group with the zero data loss. How is that possible? Well, when it comes to a distributed availability group, we don't actually expect to have a zero data loss. Well, it's possible. It's actually something that is built in SQL Server 2019, which you can use in this version as well. So this is an option which says synchronize with all the replica or all the synchronized replica before switching to failover, or you keep all the replica synchronized. Well, some says that it's actually not an availability, it's not always on. It's an opposite of that, because you must synchronize with all this replica before you potentially can perform a failover. But anyway, zero data loss could be guaranteed. And in case you have a reliable network, that could be really a good option for you. So a lot of additional scalability and stability optimizations come. And one important feature, which is completely new, I'd say, this is contained availability group. Contained availability group is actually resolves the case of having dependencies like jobs, like accounts outside of database when you configure the availability group. So you know that you cannot migrate or include master system databases, right, in the availability group configuration. Okay, so, but it's challenging when you perform that configuration and when you compile more replicas, because you must transfer accounts, you must maintain accounts in all replicas, you must maintain jobs in all replicas. So every change in the primary in all those dependency objects which are stored in master or MSDB database should be like manually somehow replicated to all the replicas. So in this case, finally, they made a solution. They made it, because this was like communicated several versions already. There were different ideas of how to deal with that. And now, you know, they create a copy of system databases for the availability group. And those system databases, which appear as system databases, master and MSDB, they go with the availability group. And when you create something which is part of the availability group databases, this is created in this copy of the system databases instead of original system databases. So this is not a security configuration though. So you always authenticate with the listener and all the stuff. This doesn't change at all. But what changes is just the appearance of master and MSDB, which is part of the availability group. So if you have several availability group, then you will have like several copies of that, and each copy will contain just the things that are important for or dependent on that availability group. So it's worth it to consider, especially if you have like more complex configurations when you change or add a lot of accounts or jobs. So if your configuration is relatively stable in that part, probably this will bring more complexity to you, but it's worth mentioning. Good. The other key feature or key feature which I would say it's worth watching, because it's very beginning of it. So we had a discussion with the program group responsible for like this feature development, and I like give them extra as I'm sorry about that, but I give a really bad feedback. Well, I was not rude though, at least. So there are some stuff which is under development, and I will mention that so that you know what are the limitations of this first release. But hey, yeah, our junior SQL consultant. He's not interested in SQL Server though. I'm so sorry. So when it comes to those limitations, they are very important to consider now if you plan to implement that. But I believe that these are limitations just on the first release, and they will work on that. For example, to remove them. For example, some data types they cannot be replicated in this link. Or there are like when you stop the link and then when you like restart the link, the whole data set will be replicated instead of just having deltas. Well, those things are probably something that will change. That's why I'm not focusing on them, but rather than that, I'm focusing just on the way the technology works, because it brings a really good option for synchronizing on-prem SQL with Synapse Analytics for building an analytical platform. So we're supposed to have SQL on-prem as a data source, right? So we're supposed to have like on OLTP databases, data generators, in other words. And if we build an analytics data platform in the cloud, then we must take those this data somehow and bring them, ingest them in Azure. How do you do that? Well, Azure data pipelines in the combination of integration services, ingestion in the data lake, and then from the data lake, like load to or use a lake house. So we usually try to do like from relational to go to the data lake in files, and then potentially to use those files somehow. Probably part of that usage is just to bring them back to the relational data warehouse. Well, isn't that sound strange? Because when you export data from relational, you actually lose the structure, right? And it's very difficult to just develop all that stuff, including pipelines, to just go from relational to text, parquet, CSV, whatever, and then back to relational. So in this case, we have a direct link. It's very convenient. Well, I can't guarantee that it will not harm like anyhow the performance of operational database, but there are workarounds at least. So we can do some stuff smarter, and we can plan for like additional stuff, and we hope that they will fix some stuff in the future, in the near future as well. So this link means a real time, or I wouldn't say real time, I would say near real time. And you better don't go real time, because in OLTP, you can potentially like add an additional workload to your SQL database, which is very important. And the other thing is, well, the way the technology is implemented now is a little bit tricky to rely on a real-time action. So let me describe the stuff then. And yeah, what is needed? Imagine that this is my on-prem SQL Server 2022. And then despite that on-prem database, so in that database, I have some tables, like for example, 2 tables, product and order detail, and I want to replicate them to my data warehouse in Synapse by using this link. And then this is how my Synapse looks like. Here we go. So my Synapse workspace, what I have created here is my SQL pool, which is up and running now. And I have copy of those 2 tables. So I have configured everything so that I'm able just to show how it works and to explain the configuration. How that works. Yeah, integration runtimes. Here is one of the keys. So you probably know, for those of you who work in Azure already, and you have some experience in Azure Data Platform, you know that we have self-service runtime. So self-service integration runtime, self-hosted integration runtime is the runtime that we install in on-prem environment so that we are able to transfer data from on-prem, actually to push data from on-prem to Azure. So this is the common way to connect pipelines or like data flows from on-prem to Azure. This is used in the link configuration, in the new link configuration as well. So my self-hosted integration runtime is installed on my SQL Server 2022 that I've shown you. So it's part of that machine and runs that as a service. So this makes a connection between that instance and my Azure Synapse Analytics workspace, because I created that self-hosted from this workspace, right? So they are paired together. So there is a communication between them, secure, of course, and I can use that to configure link. So when it comes to link, here is a link connection that I've been configured. So when you configure a link connection, one link connection connects to one database from on-prem. So if you want more databases to connect to Synapse SQL Pool, then you have to create several connections, several links like this. When you create a new link, here we go. It's still in preview, not for long. You have an option to choose either Azure SQL or SQL Server. And when it comes to SQL Server, it means SQL Server 2022 in this case. So then I'm saying, okay, this is my linked server. Service points to my SQL Server on-prem, and it uses, of course, that self-service, self-hosted integration runtime. And here are the options. Those are the tables list from my database, right? So as you can see, we have a lot of warnings and some stoppers as well. Those are all the tables listed and checked by the link. Which table I could potentially add to my link? Well, some of the tables have some limitations. For example, some data types which are not supported. Those are specific data types. This is due to the UDT. This is due to the collation, not to the data type, by the way. So the limitation comes in two parts. Specific data types, like exotic data types that I'm just referring them. And the other is the specific collation that is not supported. Also, computed columns are not supported. So some really like tricky configurations or part of the structure in the cloud. And I believe that this is something that it will be changed, so that I'm not focusing on the limitations though, because you can see that some of them will be changed, and it's always so. Table must have a primary key in order to be replicated, and that's kind of like, yeah, because you must identify that record which has been replicated. So I can just select a table, for example. I can say, okay, continue, and target pool will be my SQL pool. This is my data warehouse. So the link is between the SQL and between SQL pool dedicated. And then I'm saying this is my link connection to, for example. And yeah, again, of course. Yeah, so you must configure the cluster which will serve for like running that synchronization. Everything in the cloud runs with a cluster, right? So behind the scene, the link is actually a cluster. What is a landing zone? Well, this is the time to explain how this link works. So basically what they do is they export a table into Parquet file. They store the table into this like, buffer, like storage, or data lake, or blob store. And then they load the table into, create that table, of course, in SQL pool, and then they load the data. For the data changes, they just export again in the CSV. Don't ask, I don't know. In the CSV, and then they load the data from the CSV back to the table. So that is just the technology. Again, we're trying to avoid the data lake, but that's absolutely, obviously not possible. At least we don't do the job, right? So this is something that they do behind the scene. Well, I kind of like don't care about that, except in the cases that I do when the things don't go really well. But that's probably a topic for another session. So then you define the data lake, you define the folder. So in this folder will be used as a staging area for transferring those files and potentially using the stuff. And of course, really, SAS token? I think that will be changed at some point. So you know that we have managed account. We have so many options in the cloud for securing that access, right? So I would use managed account in this case of Synapse. But that's probably, there is something behind the scene here. And then when you create a link, then here is how it looks like. So I'm not creating that link because it would take some time and all the stuff. So let me show you that. So every table which participates in the link is basically a table which is created as a specific table in the SQL pool, and then they load the data into that table in the way that I mentioned. So every link you can stop, potentially refresh. So, okay, then let's see. I have two tables, product and sales order, and they appear here in a specific schema, I think. Where is my schema? Yeah. No. Sales LT, can you see my schema now? No? Oh, here we go. Okay. Here are the two tables. Okay. And if I run, select top, then you can see that the table has values and they are the same. I get back with select top 100. So let me be more specific so that we can compare some values then. And I'm going to run this. I want to see the sales order, a specific sales order. I can't zoom that in. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, now it works. So here is a specific sales order, and I have the sales order ID with all the details and all the stuff. So you can see like how it looks like. And when I run this query in my SQL pool, I can connect, by the way, to the SQL pool from Management Studio as well. So it's just a database. And when I run this, here we go, you can see the same. Of course. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. How performant the query is. Yeah. So when it comes to some columns, that was actually the first issue that we have with the program group in June when they released the product. When it comes to specific columns which are not supported. Yeah, exactly. They just skip them. So when I show, for example, please, when I say transfer or synchronize this table for me in Azure Synapse, then they get the table, they do the synchronization, everything works perfectly fine and green and looks green, and suddenly you missed several columns in your table. So say, what? So I'm sure that I had a different structure of that table. So no messages, nothing actually says that, well, you know, it's good, but you will miss some columns when I replicate that table to you in the cloud. So, and this is the computed column, for example. So if I move this here, then you probably will see the same. But again, this, and then they made some warnings. I think they included some warnings during the summer, but I don't know how this will be like finalized at the end. But as I mentioned, this is just the first release, so don't blame the messenger. And here is how it looks like. When I transfer that, so let me change some stuff and let me update. So I'm setting the order quantity of this product 822 to 5. Good. What? That's probably something with the network. That's not good. Okay, now it's better. Good. So just update it. And I want to go immediately here and I want to run that. Okay, again. Well, after a while. Yes. So after several clicks later, you will see the result. So, but how do they do it? It's very interesting though. So they actually, because this is update, right? And they work with files. Remember, they do change tracking. They do change data capture though in SQL Server, but in Synapse SQL pool, they use files. So they actually, as I mentioned, transfer to Parquet or CSV, and then they load that. But how you update the record then? So what they do actually is they delete record and then insert a new one. No, yeah, I know. Yeah. So they compare the record, of course. They find the record, but they don't have updates, right? No updates here. So they do delete and insert. As a result of that, the record disappears. If you run that on the real time, I don't know what's going on here, but if you run it in the real time and you rely on those data, after a while, when you run the query, then the record disappears suddenly. And then when you say, what? And then you run it again and it's there and it's, yeah, okay, probably my mistake. No. So again, I don't know if that will stay as this. So we had some kind of like, arguments, but for me, it's like, yeah, I know there are two sides of the story always, and there is a very good reason about doing this, like delete and insert, but that could not be a real-time stuff, right? So you cannot have it, and you cannot like add it as this is a real-time link. Yeah, kind of. It depends on how do you use that data in Synapse Analytics SQL pool, right? And how do you query them? So I would use that link really well. And those are the tables actually built by using that link, right? So I would use that definitely. But what I would do is I would update once per day so that I know the update time. And I know that I'm going to have like inconsistencies in the data in the pool during that time. And I would use that table for staging them. And then I would potentially see the deltas, and I would potentially do some store procedures in the SQL pool. And then I'm going to potentially run the star schema, load the data into the star schema. So that's what I would do. Well, we will see, but that's how it works. Last chance. Well, I don't know. The risk of the live demo. Anyway, you should believe me. Now is the time that these tables are actually result of the link. And on top of that, probably because I started everything and could miss something. I don't know. Anyway, that's the case. Then a few words about the performance. Well, when it comes to building intelligence, it's a long story behind that already. So we have at least 2-3 versions on working on that part, especially, and intelligent query processor and adapting during the run of the query, so adapting the query plan. And we have a lot of work. We saw a lot of work has been done in this part, and I'm really excited because performance tuning projects are one of the most complex, and you never know where you're going to find out. And it's like, yeah, I will not make a comparison here, but more deeper you go, yeah, more problems will find when you try tuning the stuff. So I would prefer to like have some stuff at least tuned by default and just like do some specific covering or specific code, because in this case, I could say to developers, you are like, your code is not okay. So yeah, when you say something like this, then okay, we need to we need to write it because you don't follow the best practices. Anyway, it's not a good experience anyway, but at least some of the things are covered by default. Some of the things that we blamed the engine for doing like stupid things when runs the query. And we have query store in the middle of it. So the query store is really part of everything now that happens and tunes the database. Some of the things come from Azure SQL. Some of the things are like developed and transferred from them in SQL Server 2022. So we rely on query store. And then let me show you a demo on this. So I'm working with, two things first. The database. The database is worldwide importers, well known. So I'm switching to the compatibility level 2019. And then you can see the problem immediately. This is how the suppliers' records for supplier sales are distributed. So we have supplier ID, and we have this supplier count, like the number of counts in the stock items. And you can see how many or how the data are distributed. Absolutely terrible. So if I run the query on supplier ID 4, then I will expect this many records. If I run the query on supplier 2, then I will expect this many records. So both queries cannot have the same execution plan, because that will have a terrible effect on the performance, right? So good, on the same page then. Let's check. So what will happen if I run, let me enable the actual execution plan. So I'm running now a query on supplier ID 2. So I expect this query to be really fast, as it is, and to run for, to have really good execution times, I would say. And then to have an execution plan which is really good. It uses index seek, it uses key lookup, it does sort, but that's fine as soon as we have just 3 records. Good. Then I will do this. Remember, we had this supplier, and I will include actual execution plan, and that query will take a while, I'm afraid. So will take a while means it will process all the data, and I will have an execution plan which is completely different. What I'm doing now besides that is I am clearing the procedure cache. So I'm saying that, clear the procedure cache. That could happen due to many reasons, by the way. So now I'm forcing it. But imagine that you perform, let's say, I don't know, failover, or something happens with the buffer pool, or you run a query which, runs a really like big amount of data processes and like remove data from the buffer pool. So that could happen. And then here is the query. And then, what happened with my? Oh, it's still executing. I included that. Well, I'm really enjoying the music, but can we stop that somehow? Or so in this case, if I run that, then you can see the execution plan is, it's something. Yes, it's completely different. So it runs in parallel. It performs a scan because it scans the large amount of data out of that table, so it's normal. It performs a sort, oh my God, really, 76%. And then it gathers streams, so it gathers all the streams so that you have a select in the end as a result. And then I'm getting back to my simple query. This one. And I'm running it. The one with the seek, right? Okay. So I'm running it. Oh, it doesn't look any good. Here is, can you see this? This time 10 times more, even though I'm having the same result set, and here is the plan. It just reuses the same plan. It reuses the same plan because this was the last plan cached for this query, right? So no matter that I'm changing for this store procedure, I'm executing, right? So it's by design. It's not a bug, even though it looks like, but it's by design. I'm running a stored procedure. Then when I run the stored procedure first time, then it builds a query plan. It builds a execution plan in cache, and that plan stays, right? And it stays forever until something happens, like clearing the cache, for example. Yeah. So every next query will reuse the same plan, even though in this case it's very ineffective. So it will potentially slow down the queries, which usually run faster. And you can see that in the workload badly. So in this case, what we do is actually try to use some hints, right? So we include optimize for a value or option recompile or whatever to like build a query, an execution plan for potential outliers so that we cover those cases. Well, in SQL Server 2022, this has been resolved. How? Here we go. So I'm switching to 160. And then I'm saying, okay, now can I run that? So let me start with this one first. I don't need to run that. You saw it already. So I'm running this, and then I will run the other one so that you will see the difference. How that happens? What is working behind the scene? Well, there is a dispatcher of the query. So the limitation of having one single plan which will be reused has come. So now based on statistics and the outliners there, the query or the stored procedure can have up to 3 plans, depending on the values that come through whole the range, right? So in this case, depending on the value you run your stored procedure with, it goes to the corresponding plan. So this dispatcher works really well for dispatching the query to the specific plan, which is more effective in this case for that value. Here we go. So again, the execution plan here, and then I'm running this one with a seek. Here we go. So now I have 2 plans. How do I know that? Well, obviously I have 2 plans, but I'm still using the query store. Guess where we will have information? Of course, query store. And when we get this, so let me run this all options here. Yep. No, one by one. I forgot that I made changes. Usually the last minute. Oh, I had the same query. Then it's good to run them. Okay. So let me first use this. What happens? So you run a parameterized query, right? And then there is a dispatcher plan, a plan. Then based on the checks on that plan, it's force the query to run with a specific plan of that stored procedure with that amount of parameter or those value of the parameter. So obviously in this case, I will expect to have 2 plans for my query. And that actually happens. Here we go. So you can see that I have a query variant. I have a parent query, which is the query ID 1, and this query is my dispatcher. And then I have query ID 2 and 3, which are the specific query for a specific parameter. How do you know that? Let's check the query 1, which is my dispatcher query. You can see the text here, right? So everything is fine. But let's see the queries which are dispatched. Can you see that? Here we go. So they have a little bit different text. So the query is actually adapted to a specific set of values based on the statistics and cardinality in the execution plan. So then the dispatcher is responsible to force running of a specific plan. How the dispatcher plan looks like, and not very informative though. Yeah. Okay. Says pretty much. So that's a multiple plan. Okay, good. So that's probably a new operator, or how could I accept that? Well, yeah, you know. So, and then this multiple plan is actually implemented really good because it uses a query store on top of that. And then I have my first plan of this query. And then the second query, which is dispatched, has its own plan. Okay, up to 3 for now, which is pretty good. Better than 0, better than 1, right? Okay. Well, when it comes to query store, though, we have a different way to resolve that. So in query store, they included the query hints. Query hints is a really cool feature of the query store. So I'm going to show you really fast that part. And of course, sorry, not trying to do so. Yeah. And again, making a query store useful for everything, almost everything. So query store becomes really critical for performance, obviously, and it stores a lot of stuff. So currently I don't have hints. I hope I don't. No hints. And then the same stuff for property agent. Property agent ID is distributed not evenly. So the same stuff, but just a different column. And here we go. So you can see this. Yeah, this agent has more data than the others. So the same problem, but different solution. And then I am executing this query. Okay. And then you will see the other one. I'm not showing the execution plan. It's kind of clear. Just I want those two to execute. And the database is still in 150 availability of compatibility mode. So what I'm doing here is interesting though. So I want to see the query. I want to find the query in the query store first. This is the regular. Yeah, that's query ID 4 that I'm working with. Here we go. And then I'm saying for query ID 4, here we go. Please include a hint in the query store. Very nice. Do you remember what feature we used for that? It was called plan guides. They were terrible. Like you must develop plan guides and add them in the database, but they had a lot of issues with them. So that when a text is found during the execution, then the plan guide will add a hint to that text. With the query store is way better and way faster, actually. But you need to have those plans in the query store first. So if I use my query hint, then yeah, of course. So then I can do this and I can say, okay, my query store now has hints. And you know, when it comes to hinting, is not just option recompile. The hints are used for many things. Like for example, exactly, common issue. So by the way, they have CTOP feedback. So this kind of feedback that runs during the runtime of the query, it gets back to the query plan. So the query plan adapts for degree of parallelism, for memory, for cardinality estimation. So for example, if you want a query to run with the legacy cardinality estimator after an upgrade, that is a really good way to do it. So I found some issues with specific queries after migration, and usually DBAs tend to switch the whole database back to the compatibility level, to the old compatibility level. Well, it's better to raise the compatibility level to the most recent one, and then to use hints for specific queries. That's a better approach. So good. And it comes as a part of intelligent processing. So it's part of the game now, and there are a lot more to do on that as well. So I think those are particularly worth watching, but I will just mark several topics that of course, my favorite is to just plan a new session for covering them. And those topics are, for example, is storage engine improvements. Just this means a really good optimization in TempDB, yet another one for removing latches and speeding up the TempDB. Buffer pool. Buffer pool has a parallel scan, probably for some of you who plan a gigabytes of memory, like 1 terabyte of memory in the box. Then you will potentially face issues with the serial buffer pool scan when you create a database, when you restore a database, when you back up the database. So all those operations, including running a very expensive queries, they could slow down due to buffer pool performance. So in this case, there is a tuning in that part as well. So those are like the hidden features which we feel when you start an upgrade, and we feel that it just runs faster, right? Like TempDB and buffer pool scan. And then I encourage you to check the new Transact SQL stuff. Really cool functions there. So you can calculate, you can create time series or like series of data, very cool. You have new functions which I would recommend you to check. Those are greatest and least, very nice, like comparing column values and found greater or least. Otherwise, you will use a complex case statements or pivot and pivot in order to be able to compare that. So greatest and least, compare columns which are like not the values but columns, and gives you the greatest and the least of those. Some additional stuff on string split. That one is cool for grouping or time grouping when you use a data warehouse. Yeah, it's not distinct from. That sounds terrible to me from the performance perspective, because I'm maniac on that part, but it's probably really useful. So whenever I see is not and distinct together in one comment, I would be very careful with the performance. So yeah, and then you have several more that could be really cool to add to your code. Good. So that was just a few features worth watching, because they are under development. Expect to have the general availability soon so you can play with them. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Great session. Great session.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and find me, know me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and find me, know me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams, departments, and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies, stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms, embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor, enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities, spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent of being here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now. And going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills, and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
If you guys are ready, I'm ready. Hi, welcome. My name is Lenny Lovell. I'm really glad that you're joining me here today to talk about, well, it's building event-driven microservices with the Azure Cosmos DB chain through that. But let's just focus in on the Cosmos DB part there. Folks familiar have worked with Cosmos DB already? But not too much, just dabble. How many of you is it kind of pretty new? All right. Okay. So it's a little bit of a mix. It doesn't matter if you're not familiar with Cosmos DB. That won't matter much because our I'm going to cover all the fundamentals that you need to follow along with the session. Even though I do have to say it's a bit of an advanced session, but I have a bit of confidence in everyone in the room will be able to follow along for kind of a deep dive into how we can build event-driven microservices using the change feed that is provided by Azure Cosmos DB. Again, well, my name is Lenny Lobel, and I want to start off by thanking, of course, all the sponsors for making the event possible, especially Mikhail and the organizers, especially after a long period of time, too long perhaps, over the past few years, not being able to get together in person like this. Being able to do it again now is it's really nice, and I'm super glad to be here. My name is Lenny Lobel. I run my own company back in New York City called Sleek Technologies, and I do lots of speaking and writing. There are the older books on the right, and the newer content is in my Pluralsight courses, which you can check out. If you like what you hear here today, you can get a lot more out of my Pluralsight courses. Check those out as well. There's my contact info. There's a link. It's a bit long, but it's just DS for Data Saturday, DS Sofia 2022 _ Cosmos DB _ microservices. And it's all lowercase. It's a bit.ly link, and that will take you to my OneDrive where you can download all the code and the slides and all that. And with that, let's jump in. All right, let's talk about our objectives for the day, which is, of course, to first of all understand the fundamentals in Cosmos DB that you really need to have kind of locked down in your brain. And in a word, that's partitioning. It's really very difficult to have any kind of conversation about Cosmos DB without talking about partitioning. So we're gonna lay down those fundamentals first, level set, and then we will talk about what the change feed is in Cosmos DB and put those two together to build microservices. And we're going to see several examples, particularly some live demos toward the second half of the session. So what is change feed? Well, in Cosmos DB, we store our data in containers. These are JSON documents that we store in containers. And to us, a container is just a logical resource where we put, where we drop documents. But every time you drop a document into the container, it gets emitted to the change feed. You can listen on the change feed. You can subscribe for changes on the change feed and be notified, essentially, anytime there's a new or updated document. And for high volume scenarios, that's very frequently, particularly IoT scenarios where you're capturing sensor data, right? Or telemetry, device telemetry. So this ability to listen in on these changes, and by the way, it's not just subscribing to listen to them in near real time. It's also a persisted store. You can always rewind the change feed, so to speak, to the beginning of time and replay the events of the change feed. And so this opens up the possibility for several different scenarios, including replication. And by replication, I mean scenarios where you might need to replicate the same data between two containers. We'll talk about what those scenarios are. But if you ever need to do that, obviously, if you just listen in on the changes on one container, you can replicate those changes to another container. Related, but quite different and very much tied to data modeling is denormalization, where very often you need to apply denormalization to your data model in the NoSQL world. That's very different than the relational world, and we'll see examples of that as well. Notifications, obviously any event of interest that occurs, right? When you're listening on the change feed and something piques your interest, you can generate and trigger a notification. We can create materialized views, which is essentially listening in on events as they occur and kind of maintaining a live, up-to-date view that is much cheaper to query than the raw underlying data on a steady basis. And again, this might be obvious, but anytime data comes into Cosmos DB and gets emitted to the change feed, you can move that data. You can copy it downstream. You can maybe send it to SQL Server, Azure SQL Database, somewhere else, Azure Blob Storage, anywhere, data lake, doesn't matter. The concept of just basically as data comes in and is updated in Cosmos DB, it is moved elsewhere at the same time. Is another use case for listening in on the change feed. And these can all be implemented as a set of event-driven microservices, and I would say that they can be really built as independent microservices, which are ideal right? Ideally, you want your microservices to be completely isolated and independent from one another. So and that's what makes the Cosmos DB change feed like a wonderful event source for these microservices. It is a single event source, and it makes for a much simpler microservices architecture overall than if you had all of your microservices kind of like dependent on one another, right? They all consume the change feed, but independently, and they can all maintain their own pace as they consume the change feed. And we're going to look at examples of all of these. I'll be showing kind of visual slides for the first two, but the last set of three there, we're going to have some really cool demos, I think, that you'd like to see to watch how notifications, materialize, views, and data movement can actually be implemented with microservices and Cosmos DB. So like I said, we have to kind of level set by talking about horizontal partitioning. And because that is at the heart of Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is a horizontally partitioned database. What does that mean? It means that, yes, while we have this container and it is this kind of single resource that we just put documents in and we can listen in on the change feed as changes are made to that container, really behind that container, there is a cluster of servers. There are multiple servers. How many is really up to Cosmos DB, as many as are needed, both in terms of storage and throughput. So you can this design can and does scale out rather infinitely. I mean, there's no upper limit to the number of servers in the cluster, and since each server has its own CPU and storage, this design, if you partition your data model properly, for uniform distribution, well, then this design will give you virtually unlimited storage and unlimited throughput, because if you need more throughput or more storage, you just add more servers. You don't. Cosmos DB does. We just deal with a single container. So I call them servers. That's a gross oversimplification. For the purposes of that, of understanding how this thing can scale, you can think of it as just a server. You just drop another server on your desk, right, and just add it along. But in fact, these are what are called physical partitions. Each of these black boxes is a physical partition and is in fact a unit of replication itself internally within an Azure Cosmos DB data center. Every single one of these servers, which I will now refer to much more properly, which I will refer to much more properly as physical partitions, is a unit of replication. And this is to the availability story in Cosmos DB, right? So the redundancy of having 4 replicas means that you're continuously up. You have this continuous uptime with 4 replicas. Even if one goes down, you've got 3, and that's enough for a quorum in order to satisfy consistency patterns when you're dealing with eventual versus strong consistency and all of these things. But essentially, that's what these physical partitions really are. But you can think of them as the same as just a box, right? So those are physical partitions. What are logical partitions? Logical partitions we define. So let's just drill into 3 of these physical partitions. And when you store documents in the container, these documents are going to land on any one of these physical partitions, and we'll just scale out. But how does Cosmos DB know which physical partition to store a particular document or to retrieve a particular document? And by document, I mean JSON document. The answer to that question has to do with logical partitions. So unlike Cosmos DB, which manages the physical partitions behind the scenes and adds them automatically for us without our involvement, we, the human, if you will, control the logical partitioning. We determine the logical partitions by choosing a partition key on our container. When you create a container, there's very little input that you have to provide. The name of the database to create the container in, the name of the new container, and a partition key. This is practically the minimum input. And throughput, but that defaults. So here I've chosen the username as a partition key. Why? Well, this is going to be let's say, social networking scenario, kind of a Facebook, LinkedIn type of platform, where I am choosing the username. And now let's just forget about the physical partitions, because again, it's just better to leave that to Cosmos DB and focus just on the logical partitions. And choosing the username as the partition key means that each user's documents are going to be grouped together in a logical partition. Right? All of Tim's documents are in this one logical partition here, and all of Andrew's, and so on. Right? Now, another deviation from the way we're used to thinking about schema-based, strongly typed relational database platforms, all of these documents can be and are of different types. So we might say this first document is a profile document that describes Tim, because every user has a single profile document. And then the next several could be different types of documents, like, for instance, Tim's posts. Tim might also then comment on other users' posts and create comment documents, and might also like other users' posts and create, therefore, like documents. And all of these documents are different types, but the one thing that they share in common is that they have that username property that is being used as the partition key. Are we good? Good. And by the way, I tend to just ramble, and I have so much content that, I can easily overflow the hour, but I don't want you to feel like, at all impaired to or inhibited from raising your hand and shouting out if you absolutely need to get that question out. Just shout it out. So what are some common partitioning patterns? And we will see some of them in place in our upcoming demos. So we saw the username being used as the partition key. Cosmos DB is a NoSQL database, so it is schema-free. There is no enforced schema. There's no maintained schema. There's no defined schema. So that username property that we saw in the last example was just an arbitrary property, and it can be any property that that is just in your document. But there is one special property as well, and that is the ID property. That is really the only typed property. Every document needs an ID property. Every document gets an ID property, but you might at first think that the ID property uniquely identifies a document within the container. It does not. In combination, a composite key of the ID property and whatever other property you choose as the partition key, say username or something else, those two together combined uniquely identifies a single document in the container. Now, if you choose, you can choose a globally unique value for the ID property, like a GUID or something that is globally unique, and therefore, it theoretically can uniquely identify the document, but as far as Cosmos DB is concerned, it needs to know what the ID is and what the partition key is, and that uniquely defines it. If you want to do a point read or a point write, or point read, let's say. So it might seem odd that you could choose and would choose the ID property itself as the partition key, because what's the composite of the ID with the ID, right? It might seem like an odd pattern. It gives you exactly one document per logical partition, which again might seem like an odd pattern. It certainly doesn't seem like a good pattern if you need to query multiple documents together and you have certain patterns in your application where you're always getting certain clusters of documents together at the same time. You would want them grouped into one logical partition, like the users in a social network. So this is certainly not going to accommodate that. But for point operations, like again, point reads, and now I'll also say point writes, where your primary use case is reading and writing individual documents, single ones at a time, perhaps at extremely high volume and extremely high velocity. This is actually a good pattern. Because it will allow Cosmos DB to scale most uniformly and adapt as agile as it can to adapt to ingesting mass amounts of data. What about the opposite scenario, like low scale data, like small lookup lists? Like let's say I was storing flight telemetry, and you'll see we're doing that in a moment. And I was using the ID property because I'm storing billions and billions of documents that I'm getting from all my airplanes that are flying in the sky. And so I've chosen the ID property so I can ingest that as quickly as possible and uniformly scale. Okay, but what about the small metadata, like my list of flights that I have, or the list of airports that I service, or if this is a e-commerce website, web catalog, my list of product categories, and what application doesn't have a list of states and provinces, right? So for these sorts of things, where really everything can easily and comfortably fit in a logical partition, which is constrained to 20 gigabytes, so any kind of small or moderate lookup list comfortably fits inside of a single logical partition, it's common to query to partition on the type property, where every document in the flight logical partition has a type property whose value is flight. These airport documents have a type property whose value is airport, and so on, and then kind of groups them together. You can pull the whole entire list back very efficiently, no matter how big the container is, because it is a single partition query. If you know the logical partition of the data you want to get, that's the best scenario for Cosmos DB. That's what you want your primary use case to be. And others, I mean, that's a whole nother session. You know, it'll vary. I gave you an example before with users, but here's in a social networking scenario. This is a very similar example in an e-commerce scenario. Again, in one logical partition here, I've gone with the customer ID because most of my common queries are going to be by customer ID. And so it made this a logical choice, but I can get customers and their orders very efficiently together. The customer with their orders are always going to be living in the same logical partition, and embedded in those documents, because this JSON will be arrays of, you know, customer addresses and order details. So I can efficiently get back lots of information from Cosmos DB about any given customer. All right. So let's talk about ways that you can model data in Cosmos DB. You can model kind of stateful data like you do in the relational world, or you can modify, or you can implement a event-based model where, let's take a shopping cart, for example. Instead of maintaining a stateful shopping cart that always like has the current state of a user's cart, every time an event occurs, it's an insert. So when the cart is created, when an item is added, another item is added, an item gets removed, it's not a delete, it's another insert. Like all of these were inserts triggered by an event that occurred. You can therefore imagine any number of microservices listening in on these events, and one of them might actually be maintaining a materialized view of what a stateful shopping cart looks like. But the source of all this data are these events, and they could be triggering different microservices, like the materialized view for a stateful shopping cart, or it could be tax calculation, other business rules. It could be data warehouse, inventory microservices that are all being triggered by these events as a live user is shopping your site. But it's also quite obvious that all of these microservices, it's absolutely critical that they consume these events in sequence. These events cannot be consumed out of sequence, right? Because all these microservices, they are running independently, and they might be actually, you know, some lagging behind, some ahead in terms of these events that are firing. And but they all have to process these events in order. Now, how is that achieved? And that's a very critical concept. So we're going to drill down into these physical partitions again. And I talked about how your container has a change feed, but behind the container, there's really multiple physical partitions. Well, in fact, there isn't just one change feed. Each physical partition has its own change feed, in fact, under the covers, right? Just like each container has a cluster of servers under the covers. You get one change feed per physical partition. And so what happens is that as data is written to a container, which physical container is up to Cosmos DB. Here, customer A has started shopping. They got a new logical partition because I am partitioning on the cart ID. So all of the events relevant to a specific cart are going to be saved as documents into Cosmos DB in the same logical partition. Another customer begins shopping, they land on a different physical partition, that's fine. But you'll see in both cases, in addition to the two documents that we got, events have been emitted out of the change feed. One on one physical partition, one on the other, and then the process continues. Customer B is now ahead of customer A, so there's another event out of that change feed. Then the third customer comes along, and so on and so on. And what you can see is that, particularly on physical partition number one, that even though the events are interleaved within a given cart, the events are in sequence and are persisted that way, and always emitted and persisted that way, and always will be. At some point in time, and this is the beauty of Cosmos DB, you will get a partition split. Physical partition 2, let's say, has become too busy, either in terms of storage or throughput, and needs to be split to scale. Cosmos DB spins up a physical partition automatically and moves, and of course it has its own change feed, right? And moves roughly half of the logical partitions over from the partition being split. I only have space to show one logical partition, but it would be roughly half of all the logical partitions would be moved over from physical partition 2 to 3. And simultaneously, all of the events that were persistent to the change feed will also move over, guaranteed not to lose their sequence. So that even as this process now continues, and we can just fill this out, because we've got busy shoppers and they're going and going and going, and the splits are occurring, and it's all happening very fast. If you examine each individual physical partition's change feed and you look at the cart level, you will always see the events in order. And of course, fortunately, in the old days we did, but fortunately today we don't have to look at this as 3 different change feeds. Right? We can view this as a single logical change feed that the change feed processor library, which you'll see in a moment, kind of like handles for you. It kind of combines all these, it parallelizes them and gives you a single change feed that is really interleaved. But again, if you just follow this down within any given cart, the events will always be in sequence. And that's what makes this an excellent event store for event-driven microservices. I think I'm looking at the time and I'm going to have to maybe just pick up the pace. Just a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to skip this slide. It's a subtle distinction between these different ways that you can go about consuming the change feed, but we are going to be looking at Azure functions. And really, it's really the bottom 2. We're going to be looking at Azure functions that wrap the CFP library, the change feed processor library, to give you state and scale. And you'll see what I mean by state and scale. And as opposed to doing it directly yourself on the first option, which would be much more painful. Yeah, so the pull model is a rare case. Almost no one ever uses it, and if we have time, we can come back to it. But I want to talk now about the first of those scenarios, right? I listed replication, denormalization. I think it was then notifications, materialized views, and data movement. Let's go in that order. And the first one is replication. So you need to choose a partition key for your container. And it's going to be based on your most common querying patterns, like the customer ID for the e-commerce site or the user ID for the social networking scenario. And it's okay if you've got the edge cases where you do have queries that will span all the partitions, so-called cross-partition queries. They're obviously more expensive. They have to, Cosmos DB has to visit every physical partition, and then it has to aggregate the results for you, which it will do. I mean, it'll be nice for you to get back a single result set, but obviously that's undesirable from a performance standpoint. So you want it to be in the minority. But if it's like 80-20 or 90-10, then that's perfectly fine. But what if it's literally 50-50 and it's high volume? Like, what if half the time one particular partition key would be suitable? One particular property would be suitable as the partition key, but for the other half of your most common scenarios, a different property would be more suitable as the partition key, but you can only choose one. So this is like analysis paralysis. You keep going back and forth. You don't know which one to go with. And the answer is replication. So there's going to be overhead here to replicate one container into another, but that overhead is exceeded by the performance gains, as you'll see in a moment. So let's say I've got a cart container, and now this is a stateful cart container. Let's say it has the current state of a cart, right? So a typical document looks like this. I've got 2 Surface Pros. It's partitioned by the cart ID property. So if I want to get all the items in a cart, it's very efficient. If I know the cart ID, I get all the items. If I want to filter on those items, equally efficient, right? Give me all the items from a cart with a quantity greater than 5. Give me all the items from a cart, that are in this particular category. And as long as you know the cart, it'll be very efficient because the partition key is known. So Cosmos DB can route the query directly to the logical partition where it lives. And if it knows the logical partition, it knows the physical partition, and it doesn't matter how many physical partitions you have, it'll be extremely efficient and cheap. What if you need all the Surface Pros across all the carts? Now, again, if it's an edge case or if it's in the 10%, that's fine. But what if half the time you need to query by cart ID, half the time you need to query by item, and it's high volume scenario, like these queries are, your server is being pounded by these queries? The answer is to create a microservice simply to replicate this. So it's the same data in the cart by item container We listen in on the change feed of the cart container, and we replicate that document over only on that. In that container, it is partitioned on a different property, the item property, and now I've got two choices of a container to select from to get my. Now I'll get all the Surface Pros across all the carts very efficiently, or any item. In terms of processing updates and deletes, there are some limitations. None of them are going to impact us negatively, but they're important to know about. So at this time, interim updates are not retained by the change feed. So if you update the same document multiple times and then you replay the change feed, you're only going to get the last event with the most recent data. Now, if you look at our replication example we just saw, that's how it doesn't cause a problem for us. Let's say we blew away the replica container and needed to rebuild it by replaying the events of the change feed from the beginning to rebuild and let the microservice run to reconstitute the replica. We would only ever need the most recent update of a document to accurately restore that replica. The second one is a little more troublesome because we definitely want to be able to delete documents from the source container and have them be deleted automatically in the replica. But in fact, since deletes are not written to the change feed, that poses a problem. It's a good segue into explaining a nice feature in Cosmos DB, which is time to live, self-expiring documents. So let's say the quantity on the left changes from 2 to 3, as you can see. Well, our microservice can pick that up on the change feed and update the document on the right, no problem. If it changes from 3 to 4 as well, no problem. But what if the user actually deletes this document? If you delete the document from the cart container on the left, your microservice will not pick it up and you will wind up with an orphaned document on the right, which of course you do not want. So the solution there is to use time to live. So basically just perform another update. But update the document with a property called TTL, which stands for time to live, and give it 60 seconds, which is way more than you need. If the microservice is up and running, even if data is pumping very quickly, it'll happen in near real time, like within a second or less, typically. You're giving, but if you suspect downtime, if I'm going to be down for, I'm just picking 60 seconds to be overly cautious here. If you anticipate potential downtime, I mean, if you're down, if the microservice is down for more than 60 seconds, then the document will get, will be deleted on the left before the service comes back up, and you will not be able to update the replica. But otherwise, if you pick up on that update and your microservice sees that this is not an ordinary update, but an update where TTL was set, it can immediately just go ahead and delete the document on the right and wait those 60 seconds or that small amount of time for it to as well be deleted on the left. There is this concept of a full fidelity change feed that's currently in private preview. So what they're now calling, or probably will be calling, the item log is what we have today. Inserts and the latest updates only, infinite retention, but no real metadata. It's like if it's an insert or an update, you can't really tell the difference and things like that. And the newer operation log were all inserts, updates, and deletes, including interim updates, with a finite retention of 30 days. And you'll also get a little bit more rich metadata about the type of change that occurred, the previous version, the original version, so you can compare it to the current version if you need to. So let's also now that's our first use case, which is relational, which is replication. Moving on to the second one, which is denormalization. Cosmos DB is non-relational, and if you've never worked with that before and you're very accustomed to SQL Server and things like it, Oracle and so on, this can take some getting used to. There are no joins. Whoa. There are no relational constraints. Whoa. So how do you go about implementing a relational workload? You have to think about things very differently and implement things very differently and use different techniques. And one of those techniques is denormalization, where you do things that you would normally never do in the relational world, which is normalized. Ideally, no data duplication in your relational database. You join on demand via foreign keys and you get the related data on the fly. That's the design of the relational database, but not the design of the NoSQL database, not just Cosmos DB. That's just not the way NoSQL databases work. So you will actually, and storage is cheap. I mean, not like in the days of the relational database where they were also trying to save a lot on space. So storage is cheap. Throughput is real cost. There are no joins, so you would have to issue separate queries. If you don't want to have to issue separate queries, you might want to keep some duplicate data around. And as it changes on one side, you'll want to keep it updated on the other so that you have it in two places. And if you get all the data from one place and you don't have to make a separate trip, that will improve your performance. So I'll give you an example of a product document here on in an e-commerce scenario. And imagine that I had this product document in hand and I wanted to display it on my webpage. Well, I don't have everything I need because I just have, there's many IDs here. I've embedded things that I can embed, but not everything can be embedded in one document. And there are references to other documents. So there's a category ID, but not a category name. Many products within the same category will have the same category ID, but you normally wouldn't duplicate the name, right? Well, in the relational world, that's correct. But in this world, not so. And it's the same thing with these tag IDs. Each of these tag IDs has a name that's living in some like metadata, master metadata, right? In this other table called product meta, where I've got category documents and tag documents with a tag ID and a tag name, category ID and a category name, and potentially other metadata about the category. But at least for the purpose of displaying this product on my webpage, I at least need the name. So what we'll actually do, right? So this might seem very painful, but in fact, it's the reality. If you don't denormalize, you're stuck with a scenario where you get, let's say I get all the products from a given category. This first query is actually pretty efficient. Because if I'm partitioned on the category ID, and I would be, then this gets me all the documents, all the products in a given category very efficiently, right? But I only have IDs. I have the category ID. I don't know the category name, so I need a second query on the category documents in the product meta container by that category ID. So that's two queries instead of one. But to make it significantly worse is then for each ID in this array, you will, for each product rather, for each product return in this first query, you will need to run this third query constructing an in clause that lists all of the tag IDs in this array in order to get the tag names. Painful? Yes, of course. So the solution is to denormalize by duplicating that data. So there's the category name in addition to the category ID. And there are an array of tag objects that include not just the ID, but the name as well. And this is duplicate data. Now, at the time of insert, I may know what the category name is, and I may know what the tag names are, and it might not be too difficult for me to, at the point of insert, kind of store that duplicate information in each product. But what happens if that master data changes, right? So take this example, right? I've got not just the category ID, but the category name, shorts. I'm in many documents where this word shorts, this label is duplicated. Here's the master data. And same thing for tags, right? These text names here are all duplicate data. What I want to do is I want to listen in on the change feed of the product meta container and propagate those changes. So if the master data gets updated and the description for this ID gets changed from shorts to fun shorts, well, my microservice can wake up and, and the same thing, if outdoor gets changed to outdoors, plural, the microservice can wake up and update all the documents, propagate that one change to all the documents that have that duplicated data. All right, enough boring slides. We're going to jump into the fun part, which is the live demo portion, our IoT scenario. Are we good on questions? We good? Such a polite group. No one interrupting. Thank you. All right, so this is where the fun begins. So Contoso Airlines, we're going to do an IoT scenario, high scale, high volume, even though we're a small airline. We only operate within the continental United States. I did not arrive here on Contoso Airlines, but maybe one day, right? We only operate 12 flights out of 6 airports today. But that's already a lot of, we want to grow, but this is already a lot of data to store. And we're going to store this data in Cosmos DB. And we have some obvious requirements. We'll need some real-time flight information as our planes are flying. We'll need to know where they all are at any given time, what their current telemetry is, altitude, latitude, longitude, speed, etc. Let's say we'll maintain a list of designated no-fly zones, such that if a plane ever enters a no-fly zone, that should trigger a notification. We need up-to-date arrival information to share with airports and apps. And we need a way to permanently archive this data, because this type of data is extremely valuable in the short term and kind of almost useless in the long term. But you still want to preserve some archival history. It doesn't need to stick around in Cosmos DB though, long after a plane has landed. Solution is to implement a set of microservices to do these things. Generate email alerts, create materialized views so that our real-time flight info and our arrival information is very cheap to query, and archive all of this to blob storage. So we're going to start with a location container. It is ingesting all the flight telemetry as the planes are flying. All of that telemetry that I was just describing is being emitted every 10 milliseconds per flight. And question? Oh, no worries. Okay. And being ingested into Cosmos DB. We are going to partition on the ID property like I spoke about earlier. We are going to make it a GUID, like some unknown value, globally unique, and partition on the ID property. One document per logical partition, one and only one. Maybe not that optimized for querying, but super optimized for a high volume bulk loading, ingesting of the device telemetry in real time. And then we have no fly zone alerts. We're going to track all flights, monitor each flight location in our microservice, run a spatial query as the planes are flying, and trigger those notifications. So let's jump in. Before we get to the email alert microservice, let me level set. And start over in the Data Explorer. And if you look, I've got a bunch of containers here in my database, in my Contoso Airlines database. We're going to look at all of them in a moment, but let's just start with the bottom two. The bottom one is just metadata. It is partitioned on the type property, which is like a small lookup list, right? It's our list of airports, and our list of 6 airports, and our list of 12 flights, right? You see how the type property is airport for all the airport documents. And the type is flight for all the flight documents that have a departure and an arrival airport, and static information about that flight, how long it is, right? And this is the latitude and the longitude of the airport. Okay, so it's a small container of metadata. Let's look at the location container. This is the container that's partitioned by ID, so we see the same value in both columns here, and it's just a GUID. And let me run a quick query on this container. I'll do a select value count. Sorry. That is 41, almost 42 million documents. Really not that much, actually. For NoSQL and Cosmos DB, that's like nothing. Like billions and trillions is what we're going to scale to, right? But it's certainly enough to make the point. Right now, I'm going to show you how the different queries operate. And right now, our planes aren't running, so our planes are all grounded. So, that number's not going to go up until we start flying our planes again. And when we do that, we are going to be generating documents like this every 10 milliseconds per flight. That is going to have an ID property that is the GUID, like I said, that is also the partition key. It's a location document, and it will have that static information. That's the same in every document, for that particular flight, like departure and arrival airport, the distance, and the duration of the flight. And then, of course, the dynamically changing information, the information that is updated every 10 milliseconds, the latitude, longitude, altitude, speed, remaining minutes, remaining miles of the current flight, constantly being updated. And I suppose estimated arrival time. Take note, and this is all a demo. This was COVID fun for me when I had a little too much extra free time on my hands a couple of years ago. I built out all these demos. I kind of created this scenario where when a plane lands, it emits a document where this is set to true, and that only happens once, the moment the plane lands. This is one event you don't want to miss, right? Because you might not be interested. You might not need to listen on every single event in order to achieve what you need to achieve, right? But if you want to know that a plane landed, you don't want to miss that event. And there's a time to live, right? Remember TTL? That's number of minutes, which evaluates to 30 days. So this document will expire in 30 days out of Cosmos DB. We're going to have a microservice that is going to make sure to archive this data before then to cheaper storage. before it gets self-expired. And then you have these other system properties beginning with an underscore that you don't have to pay attention to, that are not really important. It's interesting to note the timestamp. That is a timestamp. TS means timestamp, and that is an epoch value, which is the number of days elapsed since January 1970, but essentially the timestamp of when the document was inserted or updated. In our case, there is only inserts. We just keep inserting. And we let it self-expire. All right, so we've seen the portal. You can see I've got 4 consoles open. I've got 4 microservices running. If you can look at the yellow text, you can see email alert, current location, arrivals board, and data archive. Nothing's happening because our planes are on the ground. But as soon as the planes take off, these are going to appear very busy because they kind of like log out. Okay. And I've got my telemetry generator. This is the simulator. This will get the flights off the ground. And then I've got my pretty front end, right, which is, of course, Windows Forms with WPF Bing Maps control with WPF integration in Windows Forms, right? And it's really small on the left and across the top, but on the left listed are all the flights that we operate. That was retrieved from the metadata. All the pins on the map are the airports. That was also retrieved from metadata. If I check this checkbox, I'll get a red circle around 200-mile radius around Washington, D.C., which is, let's say, our no-fly zone. You enter there, you enter that area, we need to be alerted, right? So let's kick it off, right? Let's kick off let's say I'm going to monitor one flight going from JFK to LAX, and let's kick off the generator. So G means generate and dash C means continuous. So the second the plane lands, it takes off again. And let's kick it off. Give it a moment. And off it goes. Flights are in the air. The microservices are waking up. Oh, output is starting. Yep. Okay, yeah, they're getting busy now. Okay, takes a little bit to get started, then it just pumps through in near real time. Let's look it up. Oh, it looks like it has already entered a no-fly zone right there. Flight CA 101. By the way, when I hover over the tooltip, I can see the real-time flight information, altitude, location. We'll get to that in a moment. But meanwhile, if I switch on over to Outlook, you will see, I have just gotten an alert that flight CA 1004 has entered a no-fly zone. 104 and 101. They're both westbound flights. Let's monitor them both. Yeah, they both were crossing over the no-fly zone on their way to Seattle and Los Angeles. All right, so one very awesome thing that gives us a big advantage over our competition is, you see, I can get you New York to LA in about 8 minutes or 7 minutes. That's pretty good instead of the usual 6 hours, right? But another unique ability that we have is we can suspend our planes in midair, right? So I'm going to go back to my telemetry generator, which is just pumping out this telemetry, and now I've just frozen the planes, and now they're just kind of stuck in midair, and now we can like have a look and see how this microservice was implemented by going over to Visual Studio and looking at the Contoso Airlines folder. You see I've got these 4 projects here. These are 4 microservices. We're going to start with the last one on the bottom, the email alert microservice. But you saw I was running all 4 simultaneously. And that is one very awesome thing that you can do. You can, these are Azure functions that will be deployed to run in Azure, but you can develop them and debug them locally and even run them concurrently locally by editing the local settings JSON file, which by the name obviously means this is something that you have to then deploy when you go to Azure. When you deploy this function to run in Azure, this configuration here, which I'll get to in a moment, it needs to be deployed as well. This configuration, it's like your app config for your Azure function. But notice I've got a local port here of 7071, and I've got these others running on 7072, 7073, and 7074. Just pick a unique port number, and you can debug and run microservices concurrently locally before you deploy them. So we'll get to these in a moment. We'll just look at the code itself. Let's look at our email alert function microservice. So these private static. But essentially what's happening here is, and can I just get a time check? what's like until what? How many? 15. So what's happening here is that I've got an Azure function. It's just an ordinary function, but it's decorated with a Cosmos DB trigger. And that's the trigger that makes the function run. The function name attribute makes it an Azure function. These are just some constants that point to the database and the location container. And I'm using a special lease container in the database. I'm not using it, but the change feed processor library under the covers, and if we have time, we'll have a look, you'll see is using it. And I'm giving each of my microservices a unique prefix so that they can all share the same lease container. You'll see all the other 3 microservices, you have the same value here for the lease container name. Collection is the old term for container. So the lease container name is lease for all my microservices, but because they will each have a unique lease collection prefix, they won't step over each other and they'll be able to independently maintain state. And all I'm doing in each case, all right, but that's just your Cosmos DB trigger attribute. In terms of the actual parameters that are passed to your microservice, it's just these 2. The read-only list of documents that change and a logger for you to log output. I'm doing things very primitive here for a demo. I'm just logging output, but really you need to kind of like queue up failed documents. I don't try to recover them, just stash them away. Your microservice has to like keep bouncing along. So just stash them away somewhere. And what I'm doing is I'm checking the flight location is, all right, I'm passing in to check flight location for each document, the document that came in. I'm deserializing it from a JSON object to, I have actually a POCO. But this POCO object is the same document that you saw in the portal, right? And right, it's got all that information about each flight, each location document for each flight. But now that it's strongly typed, I can use C# strong typing to pass in the latitude and longitude properties to the spatial is in no-fly zone, which is very basic. It's just hard code, say 150-mile radius around this center point of Washington, D.C. Calculate the distance between the plane and the center point, and if it's not within the allowable radius, then if it's within the area that is not allowed, then it's in the no-fly zone and returns that Boolean. Here's the thing: we're emitting this metadata every 10 milliseconds per flight. Do we want an email every 10 milliseconds? No. So there's throttling logic in here. There's a timestamps property here, and because of time constraints, I can't get into it too much. These privates up here, but you'll see it is something a dictionary where I am keeping track of the last time that I issued an email alert for a plane entering a no-fly zone, and I throttle those emails so that if another minute later the plane is still in the no-fly zone, you'll get an email every minute, not every 10 milliseconds, right? And so that's you'll see that all down here. Right. Basically, if it's not in the no-fly zone, then we don't do anything. We just return. We ignore the event. We let the event fly by. Haha. No pun intended. The event just flies by. We don't even we don't store it anywhere. We just ignore it. If you're not in the no-fly zone, this email alert microservice does nothing. Only once you enter the no-fly zone. We have some thread safety here because this thing is being parallelized for us automatically. The CFP library is parallelizing our code to run across multiple threads. So you need to have some sort of semaphore mechanism in place between the time that you check if the dictionary contains a key and the time you either add or update that value. Threads don't step over each other, if you're familiar with that. But otherwise, essentially, you're just saying, hey, if total minutes since the last time I sent an email, it's not yet a minute, then again, return, don't do anything. Otherwise, send the email. Now, down here, there's a lot of logic that you should not have in your microservice. I saw the email was very nicely formatted. It had bold, and it was organized like a table, and with rows and columns, and I was doing not a lot of formatting. The thing is, you do not want to introduce a possibility for exceptions to occur. I don't care how good of a developer you are. The more code you have, the more likely an exception will occur. The less code you have, the less likely an exception will occur. And you don't want your microservice to be concerned with the details of delivering the notification. You just wanted to trigger the notification. Really, the microservice should just be like pushing onto a queue, just like the errors get to an error queue. If a plane enters in a no-fly zone, it writes to another queue, and some other service is going to wake up. Maybe it's not going to be email. Maybe it'll be SMS or some other delivery mechanism. You don't want to start overloading your microservice, right? The definition of a microservice is micro. This thing has one purpose in life: is a plan enter no fly zone, trigger the alert. But because it's a nice demo, we're sending the email as well. And that's the way that that works. Now, if I flip back over and allow my planes to continue, I'll just watch one of them. Let's resume reality. And now, oh, no, I don't need to see all 12. Just the one. It's good. No. And I head over to logs. I'm sorry for how small it is, but hopefully you can see that each query is costing 85 request units. And if you're not familiar with Cosmos DB, you might not know if that's a lot or not, but let me tell you, that's a lot. And that's just for one flight, one client, every 3 seconds, because this client refreshes every 3 seconds, right? Which is far less frequent than the events are actually being generated. Every 3 seconds, it runs this query. It runs this select top one query. Remember that timestamp property I told you about? So if you have this gargantuan container, right? But you do a select top one and order by timestamp descending, you're always going to get the most current document, the most recent document per flight. I'm only doing one flight, CA 101. So this is, yes, trust me when I tell you, this is very expensive. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to do any more slides. We're just going to stick with the demos here, and the slides are there for you to review. This is very expensive. And if I go to 2 flights, still just one client, but now every 3 seconds it's 85 times 2, or 85 times, and you can see them accruing up there in the upper left, total RUs. Let me go with all 12 flights. Oh man, every 3 seconds I'm running the select top one query for a different flight, and look at my RUs going up on the upper left, 3,000, 4,000. I mean, it's going on. This is prohibitively expensive. This will not scale. This will cost too much. You will have to pay a lot of money on your Azure bill to sustain this RU usage, and this is just one client. So now check this out. Let me go back to just one flight. I'm going to use my materialized view instead. Oh, sorry. What's the cost now? 1 RU. That's more like it. Why? Because I have another microservice, which I'm going to show you now. The current location microservice. And you'll see there's a lot of similarities. It's got a local settings JSON file with a port number 7072. The current location whose purpose in life is to listen on the change feed of the big container that's getting all the data and just maintain a very tiny little cheap container called the current container. It doesn't have 41 million documents in it. It has 12 documents in it, and only 12 documents. Because at any one time, there can only be 12 planes in the sky, and you only need the most recent one. And it just keeps upserting the most recent one. It inserts it the first time and updates it the second time. And now you've got this very small, tiny, cheap container. It looks like this. And it also does another little bit of tweaking. Here, I'll show you. With update current location container. It takes the GUID in that ID property and replaces it with a flight number. And the type property is always location. So you know the type, you know the partition key, which is the type property, which is always location. And you know the ID, which is the flight that you're interested in. I'm probably running out of time now. Try to wrap this up as quickly as I can. So if you go over to the Azure portal and you look at my current location container, it's only got 12 documents in it. I'll just pick any one of them. Right, document, and look at the ID. It's not a GUID anymore. It's the flight number. So now, I mean, I don't have time to show you the code, but instead of running that SQL query of select top one, it is just on a point read. So if it's 1 RU per point read. So if I do 2 flights, look at the logs. Now it's every 3 seconds, it's costing me 2 RUs. Okay, 3 flights, every 3 seconds, 3 RUs. Now you're going to say to yourself, okay, that means 4 flights. There'll be 4 RUs. 12 flights will be 12 RUs, but watch what happens when I go to 4 flights. Now, I'm not doing 4 point reads. I'm doing 1 query because it is actually cheaper. You'll see the cost is under 4 RUs to run 1 query against that cheap materialized view container with an in clause listing out my, I'm here, okay, great. How much?
You have
1 minute. So to wrap this up, I'll just say that you can kind of get the idea. The arrivals board microservice looks and works very similarly to generate this information that you would display on the arrivals board in an airport, in a given airport, would be much more expensive to gargantuan location container than if you have a materialized views that does the grouping by airport. And if demo, to switch over to the Azure portal, you'll see that oh, it's not that one. I have this now. This is not a GhostDB container. This is an Azure Blob storage container. My microservice, the data archive microservice, is writing this flight history. And it's not every single document. Like the email alert microservice throttled once a minute. This one throttles like every 60 seconds. It will take the cheap Azure Blob storage. You can look from the date and time stamps that this is current data. I'll just open up one of them and we'll call it day. That looks pretty much the same as, right? This is a document that lives in Azure Blob storage. And it looks like this. I just downloaded one. I don't know why it's opening in another instance of video, but when that opens, you'll see it's a JSON document. That microservice it's a document to Azure Blob storage. You'll also see code in it. Make sure not to
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
So, hello everybody. Nice seeing you all, and thank you for having us. So we're just a couple of guys that do machine learning stuff. And we want to kind of give a perspective of a machine learning engineer for data, essentially. So this is us. This is Ivan.
Nice to meet you.
We both work in Anthill. Ivan is the head of AI there. And he did his bachelor's in Boston in the US, where he was an award-winning mathematician there. He has undergone some really high-level courses on mathematics, physics, and computer science. And he is leading our team that has already a good proven competence set in researching and implementing AI solutions. And this is me. This is a picture in my lab where I was a PhD before. So I was and still am writing a thesis on material science and machine learning and material science in Cardiff University. And I'm also now part of the ML team in Anthill. And I guess I'm decent at researching, getting the state of the art, and kind of understanding all the bits and pieces inside the, just machine learning algorithms. So first of all, thank you to our sponsors for enabling us to be here and share our work with you. And today, well, with this talk, we'd want to kind of introduce machine learning and introduce the data science part of machine learning, which is a significant part of that. And we want to kind of introduce some different technologies that we think are very useful throughout the machine learning project to enable the quality work and when performing a project. Then we'll go through some data-specific things and how machine learning actually enables us to deal with some data problems. And we'll go through a couple of use cases after that. So first of all, machine learning for simple tasks. This is what maybe 90% of the work of a data scientist would be a company giving them just a table of data that they've collected, just a relational data, for example, in pandas or SQL that they'd want a feature column predicted in. So very simple stuff where one could just begin with linear regression, the simplest things possible, find some linear relationship between the data and set that as a sort of a baseline, and then keep on forward. Then one can just go to scikit-learn to implement those built-in simple models and try to improve their prediction on that. And maybe they'll end up using XGBoost, which is kind of the best solution right now for tabular data. And there, most probably, the engineer will hit the gold standard. They'll get very good results and maybe stop there. So that's kind of for the simpler tasks. But then if we start getting more complex tasks, we can go to the other side of machine learning, which is the deep learning bit. And this is a deep learning network, an example of that, where this technology is inspired by biology and by how the brain is built. It's built with neurons that have connections between them. So how a deep learning model is constructed? Well, it's just stacks of neurons that are connected with weights between them, right? And then that model needs to get trained. It gets trained on data, and that training usually is based on a criteria between the output and the input of the model. So if the output doesn't compare well with input, then the loss function that we get is quite high. Whereas when the network starts getting trained properly, the loss function is going to go down. and we're getting a nice network that works for us. So the criteria for how good the network is based around a loss function. So the weights are what's actually being trained in the network. Those weights are being adjusted in every iteration where the data goes in and an output goes out. And those weights are adjusted through, well, there are many methods, but the simplest one is through gradient descent, essentially trying to look for the minimum of the loss function. Then the neurons are what what the data is represented in each of the layers on our network. And those neurons are activated through an activation function, which is a nonlinear thing that helps the model learn data in a nonlinear way. And it essentially decides which neuron to activate, which to not activate. And then the result of that is that the neuron layers in the network actually learn the features of the data. They learn the semantics. Essentially, they learn concepts in the data. And that is really useful for complex data that has nonlinear relationships that we want to find out. And it becomes really powerful for such tasks. So this is where the neural network bit is based on, but it has grown a lot. You, of course, know how big of a field that has become and how much of a progress we've had. So I just wanted to give a couple of examples of kind of the latest and greatest in deep learning. So one of the biggest things that people are developing right now is text-to-image generation models. And there's some amazing stuff there. First, I wanted to show you the stable diffusion model that just got released a couple of months ago. And it's nice. It's a huge model with billions of parameters, billions of weights, and billions of neurons that is trained on tens of millions of data and image, well, I should say text and image pairs. And you're able to just input a prompt, for example, a cute, adorable ferret, and so on and so forth. And it will give you generated images of that. And it can become really creative and really can create really beautiful art, essentially. Another model that I wanted to share is the DALL-E by OpenAI, which, unlike Stable Diffusion, is not open source. So the biggest difference there is how much people can play around with the two models. With Stable Diffusion, they open sourced it, everything is available. And so, you know, everybody can do whatever they want, and naturally the model develops a lot. Whereas DALL-E is closed, but still quite good. And there it's the same story. You put a prompt and it can get very creative with it and give you some really good images. For example, Darth Vader forgetting to add an attachment to an email. Yeah, so it can get really bad. No. Yeah. So another state of the art is in NLP. This is probably the other field that is going in big strides. And I wanted to give an example with Google's Lambda model, where the model is, well, all of these models are huge and they're trained on just scraping internet, right? And this is an example of how Lambda can pretend to be Pluto, and you can lead a very natural conversation with it, asking it, hey, how's the weather on Pluto? Have you had visitors, and so on? And it can answer in a very natural way. So natural that a quality control guy from Google actually thought that this model was sentient now. And there was a big story around that, how Lambda is actually good enough to be considered sentient by some people. It's not really.
The question is, do we give it rights now? You know?
Yeah, stuff like that.
And I mean, it blew over, but it's starting to be a debate. You know, AI is becoming so good. What's the difference between a very good AI and an actual, you know, living thing?
Yeah, for now the consensus is, you know, the quality control guy gets a bit of a break, and well, it's still far away. This is just looking at examples from the internet and how people usually answer questions like the ones that you ask the model, and so it can become very natural just by learning of Reddit posts, for example. But yeah, still far from that. So those are just some huge models that are very, very general, trained on all of the internet essentially. But how do we actually use them ourselves? Because we cannot afford the maybe $2-3 million to train it from scratch. So how we do it is by fine-tuning the model. And fine-tuning the model most of the times is essentially freezing most of it. So all of these millions and billions of parameters, most of them, they remain the same. We can only just retrain the last bit of the model with our own data, aiming it at our own task. And if our own specific task is close enough to what the model was originally designed to do, then maybe we could use the big, nice Google developed model, for example, to complete our task. And an example I want to give of that is with Stable Diffusion, because it's open source. People do all sorts of things for it, and they can fine tune it. And so how do you use Stable Diffusion to generate Pokemon, for example? Well, you start off with a data set of Pokemon images, about 1,000. You get them unlabeled, but you can label them automatically with, okay precision using Blip, which is a nice new tool to automatically annotate data. So you end up with 1,000 labeled images of Pokemon, and you train the model. You fine-tune the model. You begin with, well, a couple of images, maybe a rabbit, maybe Yoda, a bunch of rocks. And you start training the model, and during training, it starts very quickly learning how to transform your models or your just random images that have labels into Pokemon. And it gets better and better and better. Yeah, it's a nice animation to look at how it develops, but you end up with some really realistic images of Pokemon. And now you can query it and say, for example, I want a robotic cat with wings. And it will make you Pokemons with that look like cats with wings, robotic. So this is an example, in case somebody pays you for a project to generate Pokemon, how you can use the state of the art to actually do it quite easily. So yeah, this is about the models themselves and a bit about the data. So when we look at the data from a machine learning perspective, and we want to kind of look at the properties of the data, we care about 5 things, which nicely enough are 5 V's, that are the volume of the data, how big it is. This is probably one of the most crucial metrics. The veracity of the data, which is how accurate it is, essentially, how much you can rely on it. The velocity of the data, how quickly you generate new data, how quickly you need to update your data storage to accommodate for the new data, how variable the data is. So essentially how many different types of data you have. For example, in the Stable Diffusion, you had text data, you had image data. So how variable that data is in terms of the modes it's in, and how much value you can extract, which is probably what the business cares about the most, essentially. What can you actually get from the data as information, what you can use to make your business grow. And there's a lot of open source data, and these are some platforms that contain such data you can easily access and maybe use for initial exploration. Maybe you just find the data that you need on those platforms and you can build the project around that as well. Kaggle, OpenML, TensorFlow datasets, and Hugging Face are just some great open source platforms for that. And data, why do we care about it? Well, we care about it because it is the lifeblood of our model. The model is only as good as the data it gets. So what people end up doing, data scientists end up doing, is most of the time making sure that the data is good enough. And here we've pulled up some statistics about how data scientists view this issue right now. And it turns out most of data scientists consider data preparation, data cleaning, data management super important, and it takes most of their time. So this is why the data itself is so valuable. It can become a really big roadblock for a lot of projects, because how do you actually get data? For example, you could create labeled data sets by crowdsourcing it, right? You just pay people to annotate your images and you get the labeled data set, right? But that it can be inaccurate at times. And depending on how much accuracy you want to get in your project, things can get very expensive. There are examples of, for example, projects that needed just better data, just more accurate data. And how do you do this? Well, you can either pay people to do maybe 5 labels per data or per image, and then maybe do a majority vote on that, stuff like that. But you can tell that gaining small percentages in accuracy can be really expensive. And maybe the best thing to do in such situations is just pay the price and go for people that annotate the data professionally, and then train them on the data, tell them why it's there for, what its usage is going to be, and then end up with quality data. Because otherwise, if the data is bad, then down the line, it will surely cause a lot of issues and can ruin whole projects. So data is super important in that sense. So how data impacts neural networks, deep learning, those points where we need to solve complex tasks and we need to use neural networks for that. Well, neural networks would require a lot more data than your standard machine learning models from scikit, for example. Depending on the data, depending of the scope of the project, depending on how large you want your data model to be and how accurate you want it to be, it can go from hundreds to thousands, to tens of thousands, and maybe even more data points that you actually need. And the larger the model you manage to build, the better the performance, right? This is just a very, very simple graph. But the whole point of it is you grow your model, you grow your accuracy. But then you grow your model and don't grow your data, and you get really, really bad performance, because the model starts taking data or considering noise as data and starting to fit and extract concepts from the noise. So it will become extremely good in working with the data that it sees, but exceedingly bad at working with data outside that model, because it's learned, or outside the data that you give it immediately, because it's learned that specific data set. So it starts overfitting. So it's important to grow your model, but also it's important to grow your data along with the model and get the best balance between the two. And as we said, model quality cannot be better than the data set that you give it. If the data set is not accurate, if the data set is small, if it's unbalanced, then the model itself is going to give us issues. And here I just wanted to give something that I found out yesterday, actually, that there is this new tool that is out for a month or two for data scientists that really want to try machine learning quickly. It's Postgres SQL databases with machine learning built into them, which means that you can sort of do a lot of experiments without having to go out of your data set. It's kind of a wrapper for the scikit simple models, and you can essentially just try a lot of things. That's its point, and it makes it really convenient to try all the models that you want to try on your data set and compare them without having to do expensive queries on your data and sort of bypassing that bottleneck. So it's quite a cool thing. I haven't used it so far, but it sounded really useful. So now that we have some overview of the data and the machine learning, how those two things interact, it's really useful to talk about how to actually control your project in a way that you don't make mistakes and that you can communicate your work better with everybody. So first of all, visualization. We think that visualization is key, especially when you need to see how your data looks like, track the developments in the data, and I think maybe most importantly is communicate the data. Communicate what you're doing with other parts of the team or with different teams that you're working with. And people seem to agree with me because from Anaconda's latest survey, a lot of people find that data visualization is a very important skill gap that they have in their team. You cannot really communicate what you have easily with other teams. So we're simple people. We use matplotlib to kind of generate our data visualizations, but you can also use Microsoft services like Power BI for that. And it becomes really useful when you want to communicate. So this is about visualization itself. It's mostly about communication. Observability is a bit of a different thing. It's about allowing you to monitor the quality of your data. So making your data observable in that context means to follow the trends in your data accurately and manage to control everything properly. So there are these pillars of data observability that we need to keep in mind at all times. So the recency would be how fresh the data is. You can have data sets that continually build and build and build. For example, a company can generate new data every day and every hour of the day. And you want to plug that data in and also get rid of the old data that can become redundant and just just hold the process back, essentially. It's just useless data that you want to trim with time. The data distribution might be one of the most important things here, at least for me, because it can tell you whether data can drift over time, whether the quality improves or gets worse over time, whether old data and new data match with each other. And that can tell you a lot about what you need to change about your data. So that's about the distribution. Then the volume of the data is quite important. Yeah, well, you get more and more, but if you have sudden rises, sudden falls in data, why that happens, it's useful to monitor and find out any holes that you might have in your pipeline. Then the data scheme is sort of following the structure of the data. Maybe with time, some fields of the data become redundant. You need to update it when that time is. You need proper control of over your structured data. You need to log the data as well. With the data, you need to follow the story of your data. And to different extents, you need to secure the data as well. If you're doing healthcare, you need to encrypt the data when it's sitting there. You need to encrypt it when it's traveling somewhere. You need to make sure that it's secure. And also you need to follow the metadata, the information about your data. So these are a lot of things to follow. And what we can do is maybe follow them in a smart, automated way that I want to show you, but it's a bit later. What we can do before that is also monitor the experiments we have with machine learning. And here I just wanted to show some really useful tools for looking how your models develop over time. The first one that we use is TensorBoard, and that allows you to follow how your model is training in real time and essentially catch if the model is performing well or not during its training. So you can follow a lot of metrics, you can generate examples in real time as the model is progressing, like we saw in the Stable Diffusion, how it learns over time. And then if you have multiple experiments, you should use a platform. For example, Weights and Biases is a good one, where you can track all your different experiments and sort of tell which the best one is, which performs the best, and also have that logged and systematically follow it systematically, essentially. And another useful thing that I wanted to show before continuing is a platform called Gradio. Maybe lots of people know about these things, but I find that being aware of such small little technologies here and there can be really useful. And Gradio is quite nice because in 10 or 20 lines of code, you can wrap your model into a front end, and you can make a very, very quick prototype that people can actually see and touch. And that goes a long way when you're trying to communicate what you're doing, when you're trying to show the power of the model that you're training, or just trying to show a prototype. So it works with images, it works with tabular data, and it's a nice and easy way to show your work. And now, about the data, I promised that we have to sort of look at how we control the data in a bit more detail. And a lot of platforms have solutions for this. We use TensorFlow Extended so far. And in the TensorFlow Extended pipeline, we have the data validation module, which essentially automates looking at the data and automates catching certain problems with the data. Here I've messed things up a little bit. I'm sorry about that. But this is actually data drift, which means that when you update your data with time, the distribution might start just traveling. And that can happen because maybe the data has some seasonality. Maybe the way you gather data changes over time. So these things you need to catch and react to them in due course. Maybe you have to retrain the model with the new data and adjust stuff. And it can also catch data skew. So my apologies that those two are labeled wrong. But data skew is very similar to data drift. Essentially changes in data, but not in where the data is with time, but the shape of the data. So following these two automatically can become really useful when you're trying to just remove all the manual work from a data scientist. You don't want some really expensive, really high-skilled people to sit around and not utilize their skills properly, but just verify data all day long. So this is kind of a way to automate that and free those people up for more interesting and more high-level tasks. So I'll give it over to Ivan. Hopefully, we've not lost you still.
Hi, so I'm Ivan. I'm the guy from the second slide, the second guy from the second slide. I'm head of AI currently at Anthill. I actually wanted to talk a little bit about what we do. We are developing a competence center or a center of excellence within Anthill that has to do with AI. And we're currently nurturing the talent to actually offer ML solutions, AI solutions to businesses. So we're actually in active junior recruitment. So if you know anyone who's very interested in data, very interested in AI, and preferably knows a little bit about mathematics or knows to code, just a little bit, it'll be great. We very much concentrate on having people learn through work and, knowing that not just, very academic AI, but how AI can be used in practice to actually bring value to the world. Over time. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about the limitations of data, and we'll be connecting it a little bit with our own experiences, our own projects that we're having, and yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. To me. Well, first thing you have to think about when you're dealing with data is always bias and fairness. So there's a lot of data out there that is data, it's you can gather it and you can train on it, but it's actually going to learn some of the bad things about people. There was a very interesting, I wouldn't say more notorious case in Google you have languages that are genderless, right? So I think it was Hungarian. You would write, they wouldn't have he or she, they would have they. They are, boss. And when you translate that to a gender language, it would try to gender it, and it would say he is the boss. No, not she is the boss, he is the boss. He is the nurse, but she is the nurse. And that's something that's within the data. The model just looked at a lot of examples, and a lot of people write about other people that way, and the algorithm just learns about the stuff we write about. And if we're biased, it's going to be biased. So it's very important to kind of check about that kind of stuff. There's also like when you're talking about ethics, you always have to think about who do I give this model to, because there's a lot of ways that models can be misused. It's not really an example of misusage. It was more of a fun prank, but it was one of the boards. I think it was on 4chan actually. There was a guy, we actually follow him. He's a great scientist at Zurich, and he just took the GPT-3, the language model we were talking about, that's sentient, and he taught it all the stuff on 4chan. Now, if you know anything about 4chan is a very politically incorrect board, and it's about people who really, 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 enjoy writing raunchy stuff. And then he just put all those bots on the board, and everyone started worrying about, he put them through a VPN, so everyone was from Sri Lanka, and everyone was like, okay, I think the CIA are in the board because we have all these people writing from Sri Lanka. These can't be bots. They're very, very good at what they're writing. They're writing stuff like, I have a Spanish wife and my kids are going to school, and there's no way for you to tell that that's actually a bot. But it's actually not just one bot, it's 30 bots. And while everyone was thinking about that one bot from Sri Lanka, there was actually 29 more bots that no one actually really even discussed about. And what's most interesting is the bots joined in on the conversation, and they were like, oh, I think that guy might be a bot. I think that guy might be a bot. And it's kind of funny, but it's also really worrying at some point, how much of the people we are starting to interact with on the internet can actually be bots. And there is a lot of stuff about propaganda as well. I don't want to get too much into it, but you really have to worry a little bit about who's going to get access to your model and what are they going to do with it, so yeah, I'm going a little bit off schedule here, but there is a lot of stuff you can do about your data with AI, and that's one of the things that we're very interested in right now. Is okay, the data is bad. How do you make the data better with AI? And one of the ways you can do that is using something called an autoencoder for anomaly detection. So an autoencoder, without going into too much detail, it's something that takes data and squishes it into its most bare representation and then tries to return that data. So you can think about, data compression, for example. I have a slide for data compression with autoencoders as well. So if you have an image and the image is a face of a face, faces look generally the same. There's a lot of difference, but they do look generally the same. And when I meet a person, I don't remember every pore on their face, but I remember, okay, they might have a slightly larger nose, they might have brown eyes, they might have blonde hair, whatever. So that's what I remember about the person, and that's the representation that's kept in my mind. And the autoencoder can actually do the same thing. So it doesn't remember every single detail about the person, but it remembers the most important details. And if you ask them to re-represent that person, that's all it needs. If you ask me to redraw that person, I'm going to draw some pores on them probably, just because I know that people generally have pores. But it's not because I remember them. It's just because I know that fact about people. So anomalies in data can be actually detected in the same way. So if you have stuff like credit card data, I'm going to McDonald's and paying with the credit card. I'm going to the bank and I'm paying with the credit card. And suddenly I'm going to 1,000 different places. I'm going to Kazakhstan and the US and everywhere else all the same time and paying with the same credit card. That sounds like someone's doing some funny business with my credit card. And the AI can do the same thing where it crushes the whole data and says, oh my God, I don't think I can reconstruct this. This looks very weird. And that's how you actually know that there's a problem. And so the AI can actually tell you, okay, this is data that doesn't fit my model of what a person's face looks like. In the case of credit cards, this doesn't fit what a credit card should be doing. So that's one way you can deal with data anomalies. You can also strip down the data. So if you have too many features, I had a very interesting talk last week about detecting what a tiger is. And you have all these pictures of tigers, but they're all orange tigers. And we know that tigers can also be white tigers, so it's biased data. But what we can do is actually wipe out the color. So the AI doesn't even see it's an orange tiger. It just sees the stripes and the patterns of what makes tiger, and it actually performs a lot better by taking out data from your data set and removing some of the features that can mislead your AI. So you can actually do an AI that tells you what kind of features you should strip and what kind of features you should keep. And in the end, you can train on data that looks a lot better. So another thing that's very interesting for data is data generation. We recently have a case in automotive data. So you're driving your BMW, right? And the new BMWs have around 30 sensors that are constantly sending data back to BMW about what you're doing. And you can intercept that data and actually do an AI on it. One of the interesting cases is insurance. If you're driving like a maniac, you can actually tell that from the sensor data, and AI can measure how much of a maniac you are, and your insurance can actually increase or decrease as you go. And so it's actually very, very cool. I think it would be very cool if you go into your car, you have your trip, and then you get off the car, and your insurance says, "Okay, you drove very well. Here's $10 off your insurance plan." It actually going to cost you less, and this motivates people to drive better. So that's a lot of data. 30 sensors, maybe they trigger every 10 milliseconds or something. And that's actually terabytes. If you have a fleet of I don't know, like 20,000 cars, that's terabytes of data every single month. And we have a case where a potential client has all that data, and they don't know what to do with it. So they store it, they pay a lot of money to store it, and then they still throw it out because it's too much. And the interesting case is using a generative adversarial network, which is an AI that can learn what the data looks like generally. It doesn't actually learn every single data point, but it can tell you what. How can I explain this better? So if you have the generative algorithms for images, right? The ones that Matthew showed you, give me a Yoda, and it gives you a Yoda. It actually doesn't give you a Yoda it's seen before. It gives you a completely new Yoda that it's never seen before. And that's the inside of that. It's a generative adversarial network. It overall learns what the data looks like and gives you a representation of something that looks like the data, not the data itself. And this is very good for the second obfuscation. When you have data that's very sensitive, say automotive data, and you have an insurance company that says, okay, Michael Jordan is riding in New York and he just crashed his car, you don't want to actually look at that data, and you don't want anyone actually looking at that data and saying, okay, I think Michael Jordan might be in trouble. You want to obfuscate that. So obfuscating is removing that personal information from the data. And a data generator can help a lot with that, because you can learn what the data looks like. You can learn what a person's driving behavior looks like and train on that data instead of the real people's real personal and sensitive data. So that's a very interesting case we have. So you take everything that you can take from the data, and you learn everything you can learn from the data, but you don't actually expose any sensitive information down the line. So yeah, that's one of the interesting cases. PsychoGAN is a special case of that, where you can actually mask the data to look like something else. It's basically two networks competing against each other. One is trying to tell you this is a horse, and the other one's trying to paint over the horse and tell you no, this is a zebra. And the other network is like, nah, I'm pretty sure that's a horse. And they're trying to fool each other that way. And over time, they become better and better and better. The horse discriminator, we call it a discriminator because it discriminates between a horse and a zebra, becomes better over time. And the zebra generator becomes better over time because it paints over the horses better and better. So that's kind of out there. But you can imagine how, if you have sensitive data, you can actually paint over it and make it look like other data that's actually completely anonymized. Yeah, so these are very interesting tools that we've put in here for testing your model without actually looking at the data. You can actually tell if your model is biased. You can tell if your model is acting good or bad just by doing some statistic on the model itself, not just on the outputs of the model. Yeah, and this is another case for O2 encoders. You get these Magic the Gathering cards, and you can actually compress them into something much smaller. And when you go back, it's actually better quality because it learns what a Magic the Gathering card should look like. And when you have glare and stuff like that, it just removes the glare. I hope we're still within time. And I was actually really hoping to make time here. So I'm sorry for the bit of jumping back and forth here. But yeah, I was very glad to talk to you today. And I'm actually open to questions. I really hope you have some insights or questions you can ask us. Or not? Yeah.
So how many of you use machine learning in general in their work?
One person. Okay, cool. Yeah, our
Does it sound useful to you? Just looking at it like this with all the models you can train and the ways you can use your data? Not so much, maybe.
There is one nice use case from a data perspective,
Yeah.
More from a data engineering perspective.
Yeah.
When using tools for synthetic data generation,
Yeah.
In order to, let's say, populate testing instance, development instance for not exposing the production data to developers.
Exactly.
Another thing would be to generate synthetic data in volume so that you can do a volume stress testing and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, at least from the experience of the existing tools, it's more targeted towards more like machine learning, data science rather than data engineering.
Yeah.
This is something which would be interesting to see development in this regard, because I think there's like very, very good use cases outside of the typical ML and AI.
Yeah, definitely. There's actually companies right now that they're trying to do that, where they take your data and they act as the middleman between your data engineering team and your data science team. So the data science actually never sees anything about Michael Jordan, but they get all the value from the data by using fake data, essentially.
Yeah, and also you can populate your data. For example, maybe you have 5 classes, but maybe some of them have 5,000 images, others have 500. You can use CycleGAN to cycle between different domains and populate domains that you're lacking, for example, or simply generating more data. Like here is a good example of that, where you get these domains of faces with different emotions on them, and you can train a CycleGAN to go between every one of them and take a surprised face, make it a sad face, for example, and cycle between all the domains and populate them evenly, make the data more unbiased and also just larger as well. So yeah, it's a good example of generative usage.
Mm-hmm. But one thing you have to really know is that the model down the line can never be better than the model you have for actually generating the data. It's sort of the bottleneck. You have all the information that's in the data, and then you try to fake it, and then you try to train another model on the fake data. The bottleneck of information flow is the fake generator. So you have to actually be a very good generator to train a value generating model on the end. And that's the question then. If you have such a good generator, why do you need the next model? The information about the data is actually going to be in the generator itself, and you don't really need the next model. You can actually just have the data science guys look at the model itself and trying to pick out what's good or bad data.
Yeah, it's a nice use case.
Thank you for the presentation. It was really informative and fun. I have one question about the slide with the cards.
Yeah.
Do you have like a specific program that does the lighting fade out, or just
sorry,
an
I'm just
example
trying
of what can be done?
So this is kind of a use case where autoencoders, because they try to work all the information in a very tight space, they tend to ignore the features of images that are not essential to them. So you can use it for denoising, de-glaring. You can use it for we can use it even for coloring images and stuff like that. For what else? What kind of use cases?
It's like if I read to you right now, a 3-page story, you're going to act as an autoencoder because you're not going to remember every word of that story. You're going to remember, a maybe 4-sentence summary of it, and then if we then give you the summary, and then we tell you write a story about that summary, and you try to replicate the original story, and it's going to look more like a generic story. It's not going to be as specific as the original one. But say if there is I'm trying to fit a use case here. If there is an inconsistency in the original story, when you are trying to reconstruct it, you're not going to add that inconsistency because you're smart. So you're actually going to clean up the story as you're making up what it would have been like. It's kind of the same thing. So it learns what this picture should look like, but it knows the general idea of what a card should be. So it's not going to remember the glare because the glare is weird. It's not supposed to be there. And then when it reconstructs it, it's actually going to remove the glare. It's actually Matthew's been using a lot of autoencoders in his PhD, where he tries to learn different pictures and remove the artifacts that are not really supposed to be there because of camera issues and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, you can use it for dimensionality reduction in general, just because this latent space there, the middle bit, is so small. And if, for example, you have data that has a lot of features in it, you can use it to non-linearly remove the features that are not useful, just to get the most useful ones. And yeah, it's kind of like a clustering algorithm as well. So you can shrink data, you can remove noise from it, you can just make it generate better images off of bad ones, essentially.
And wow, you can keep just the compressed data. So it's actually a compression algorithm. It's you have a smaller representation than the original data. You can store that instead of the original data, and it's actually going to give you in some cases better data. But you also have to worry, because if there are things that it would consider a noise because it hasn't seen before, but they're actually vital to the data, it's actually going to remove them. It's going to paint them over, and it's not going to be as what's the word? It's not going to be as faithful to the original, essentially. In this case, in the second case, we also have a case where there is a 3D image, but the model is only seeing 2D images, so it's actually going to flatten the image. Yeah. I don't want to keep you guys if there is anything.
I think it might be past time now.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that, we're never, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills, and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments, and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Hello, thank you very much for joining the session, which will be on the topic serverless big data analytics with AWS on EMR. So who am I? So I'm lead big data engineer at EPAM, and I have worked with developing big data applications both on premise. Sorry for that. Is it better? I'll reshare my. Should I connect something or?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
No worries. Sorry for the delay, just a little bit technical difficulties. Okay, yep. So we can continue. So I was working as a big data developer, building applications using Hive, Spark, and other big data applications. Also, I was managing and maintaining Hadoop clusters, so I was doing some DevOps tasks as well. Also, I was doing some supporting and helping customers to help them to build the big data applications on AWS. And currently, I'm mainly focusing on building, supporting, and developing applications only on AWS. So let's take a second to thank our sponsors, because without them, this event will not be possible. So really appreciate all the support from them. On today's session, we'll go through several topics. First, we'll start with what is big data and Hadoop. Then we'll see Hadoop in AWS, which is called Elastic MapReduce, or for short EMR. And we'll go through the EMR serverless, which is a new service which was released a few months back. So it's actually quite new and on the market, was just released. And then we'll go to the demo where we can run Hive and Spark on EMR serverless. And then we'll finish with the Q&A session. So let's start with the big data in Hadoop. What is big data? I believe the most common understanding of big data is only by amount of the data we are processing and storing. But actually, there are a few characteristics of the big data, which we're calling the V's of the big data. The first one is volume. Yeah, how you imagine. Volume is quite huge. And in today's market, we get more and more data. So we have to be able to process and store this data. Velocity is mainly focused on how fast this data is coming and how fast we are able to process it. Then is variety. We are processing not only structured data as a tables, but also unstructured or semi-structured data, and we transform it and trying to get value from it. Then is veracity. Veracity is a very interesting topic, because if we want to store more and more data, majority of the data, not majority, but big chunk of this data is not completely accurate, or there are missing pieces. So we have to have the ability to be able to remove not needed data, but maybe in a later stage we'll need it. So we have the ability to choose what data we use. And of course, at the end is the value, because all this transformation, storing, and so forth will be pointless if we are not able to extract value from the data and to be able to make the proper decisions in future. One of the main ways, especially in the past, was Hadoop. Hadoop is open source framework, which is used to transform and storage huge data sets. Actually, one of the very good bonuses of using Hadoop is you can not having one huge computer, which is with extremely high compute power, but you can have smaller ones, but many combined in parallel. So they store and process the data in parallel and in distributed fashion. And there are some of the main benefits of Hadoop. It's scalable. So if your capacity is not high enough, you can add more nodes, or you can remove these. It's cost effective because you pay for the capacity you need. And actually the hardware is much cheaper than having one huge computer. It's flexible. So you're able to process variety of the data and able to get some insights from it. It's fast processing, and also it's resilient. It's able to handle disk failures, or not some of the computers are broken down. It's able to recover from that if it's built in the right manner. However, even we can see the benefits of this. They are not actually well represented. And the main reason, for example, let's imagine the scaling. We have a cluster where the name node is kind of the orchestration node, the orchestration computer. And then we have data nodes. In our example, we have one name node and 3 data nodes. And let's say we need more capacity because the current capacity is not sufficient enough. Actually, adding the server to the cluster is not that difficult, but at the end, we have to buy this computer. Then we have maybe assemble it. Then we have to put it in the data center. Then we have to connect it to the network inside the data center, which in theory, it's very slow process. Usually takes between weeks, starting from weeks. I've seen even months from actual purchase of the data node to actual installing then everything and putting in the cluster. So in reality, it's scalable if we have the hardware, but most of the cases we don't, and we purchase it, so it takes quite a lot of time. Then if we need to remove some of the data nodes, again, we have a problem. Like just removing from the cluster is straightforward process, most likely to take less than an hour to be achieved. However, after we remove it from the cluster, we have to wipe the operation system. We have to wipe the hard disks, which again is tedious process. And then we need to remove it actually from the data center. And then what we're gonna do? Are we going to sell it? We're not going to receive our money back for the hardware we purchased. So again, it takes some time to operate everything and remove actually the data node. Also, in case of any disk failures or any faulty hardware, again, we have to buy this hardware piece and we have to go to the data center and actually someone should replace, for example, the hard disks or whatever it is. So again, the pure Hadoop on-prem doesn't handle these issues quite well because we don't have like the means to fix it in the timely manner. The next portion I want to talk is the cost effective. You can see on the graph, the red line represents our 100% utilization. So if we're on the red line, then we use all the resources of the cluster. And I put some sample utilization graph with a blue line, which represent actual utilization at the time of the day. If we are on the 100%, then we're utilizing the cluster at 100%. But usually from what I see, the major utilization is during the night, and during the day, it's quite low. Here, the problem is that if it's too far from the red line, we are paying for resources which we don't use. And if we have like too much cluster utilization at 100%, maybe we need more resources at that given time. So it's not that flexible, and it's not that cost effective at some point. So now let's summarize on the Hadoop. One of the cons of the Hadoop is maintenance. So replacing faulty hardware, as I said, it's not very easy process. It's scalable, but actually adding and removing servers takes time. It's not like instant process, like you say you need the nodes today, you receive it today. This is not usually the case. And then it's the cost effectiveness. So it's cost effective only if utilization is high enough, so the gap between actual utilization and cluster utilization is small as possible. But the process it's flexible, fast processing, and resilient. And I believe in today's market, we are moving more and more to the cloud. And actually, they provide solution for many of our issues. And in AWS, this is Elastic MapReduce, as I said. It has increased speed and agility. It's reducing administrative complexity. It can integrate with almost all AWS services, either directly or by some other service. You pay only for what you use. You have improved availability and disaster recovery, and also is flexible. It has flexible capacity. In the end, you add nodes or remove nodes from the cluster on the go, or there are other other approaches to deal with the cluster needs and like job needs. So there are two major kind of working solutions. First one is using EMR permanent clusters. Here we have some cluster we deployed, and we're using, for example, some automation or directly. We have to put auto-scaling group. This is AWS service, but we're gonna use it to actually scale our cluster up or down. So to add new servers or remove servers, and this actually happens in a matter of 5 to 15 minutes, most likely. Our servers will be there or removed. For example, we can put if some metric, if our cluster utilization is above 80%, then this auto-scaling can trigger and add new nodes. Or, for example, if our utilization is below 20%, then we can remove some of the nodes of the cluster. So in this way, we have resizable cluster, and it's actually very easy to use. And we submit our jobs. So in terms of EMR steps, we submit our steps via Hive, Spark, whatever tool which is available, and we can produce our results. The other way is using ephemeral clusters. This is actually, I've seen more and more companies to use that more. Here you create a cluster for specific job. For example, some Spark job, we create cluster for this specific job, and then submit it and then terminate the cluster. In that way, you have the flexibility to choose the right resources, so the right hardware which to be provisioned. However, there is huge disadvantage here that you have to have very good automation, which actually will create the cluster, submit the jobs, and terminate the cluster. It's a little bit more complicated to develop, but after the develop is complete, it's very easy to use. So in this example I'm showing here is using CloudFormation, which again is service in AWS, used for provisioning resources. Then we have the EMR cluster, so the CloudFormation actually will create the cluster, then we can submit the steps, and then we can terminate the cluster after we're done. And for example, at the end, we have data lake tables, which are some kind of tables where we put the data on. We can, of course, use some other services as well to consume the data from our big data applications. Okay, so now we can move to the next portion, which is EMR serverless. Actually, EMR serverless, to some degree, is quite cool. Just several reasons. First one, there is no cluster provisioning. So you create application, they submit a job, and actually you don't provision your resources for the job, and EMR serverless scales up and down based on your job needs. So actually pre-provisioning is not required. It's on-demand scaling. As I mentioned, it scales on the run. But at the moment, you can run only Hive or Spark applications. Maybe this will change in future, but at the moment, only these are supported, and actually only batch processing. So at the moment, you cannot use, for example, Spark streaming in EMR serverless. EMR serverless has several components. First one is application. So you actually create first application, which has type Spark or Hive, depending on what kind of jobs you want to run. Then you have release version, which is EMR version to be used, which essentially translates to Hive and Spark version. At the moment, the versions which are available for EMR serverless are only 2. And for Hive, it's the same version. So, and it's using Hive 3 and Spark 3 as well. So for example, if you have jobs which requires Hive 2 point something or Spark 2 point something or even Spark 1 point something, you're not able to use it in EMR serverless at the moment. Then you have pre-initialized capacity, which is kind of like warm-up nodes. So if you want, it's just optional configuration. If you want, you can have pre-warm-up nodes with given configuration, but this is not required, as I said, and it just speed up the performance of the triggering of the jobs. And the last, it's application limits. So if you want, you can set a limit to what resources your application is scaling. Again, this is optional, but it's very good to be set up to proper values just to not have over-provisioning something you cannot afford. Then you have jobs. Jobs are the child element of the application, and it's actually your Spark application or Hive application which you're running. It has few things which should be set up. So first is IAM-row, which is the AWS permissions. You have to give your job proper permissions to execute and complete successfully. Then you have the script location, which is on S3. Any location on S3 you can put your script, and if the job can run this file, then it can be executed. And the last, you have script and job configuration. For Spark, this is completely not needed. If you want, you can provision that. For Hive, actually, you need to provision for sure 2 directories, which is for the metadata. But except that, all other ones are optional, and you cannot be based on your needs. And the last portion is monitoring and debugging. So for Spark, you have the Spark UI. For Test, you have Test UI, which are available for you. You can explore it. And also you have logs on S3, which are stored from the application. And now we can actually see in action EMR serverless. So just I'm gonna share my screen, the AWS console. Okay, so first thing, we will create the permissions needed for our job. So we'll create 2 entities here. First is policy, so we'll create 1 policy, which will give us the permissions to actually read the data and run the job. So I have it here. I'll just copy paste it. So this is giving permissions to Glue, which is other services used for the metadata, and also S3 location, which will be our data stored. We'll create that. Yeah, I miscopied it. Okay, this is good. We don't need that information. And this is policy for EMR serverless. We will not give description for now, but usually it's good practice to give description and tags, but this is a very different topic. And we create the policy, which we're gonna use. And then we need to create the row, which I mentioned for the EMR. So I'll create one. And first things is to give EMR ability to get these permissions. So in AWS, this is trust policy. So we add privileges to assume the role, essentially to switch the roles to that one. Also, now we're gonna which you already created, and we'll use the role name. And actually, we are good. So now I'm gonna open the EMR, and also I'm gonna use actually Athena. Let's first open the Athena. And here I have some simple queries. So this will going to be our output. So we have tables, which are empty, and we're going to load the both ones via one with Spark and one with Hive. So we can go to the EMR. We need to open EMR serverless. First, it's going to create EMR Studio. This is another kind of subservice, but we're not going to export it for now. Okay, and now we are ready to create our first application. So first we'll create EMR serverless Spark. So we have to choose our type, Spark and Hive. And the release version, I'm going to use 6.7. And here we can actually use custom settings. So we have this pre-initialized capacity, or the application limits, which are the limits of the application. We also can have application behavior, what will happen with our application on job submission, and also on after application is idle for some time. We have the network configuration and we have the tags. But for now, we can stick with the default settings. They are good enough for us. And I'm just creating the application, and we'll create one more for the Hive. So EMR serverless, and I'm gonna choose Hive. Again, EMR version the same. The settings are the same for the Spark and Hive applications. So again, we're gonna stick with the default settings, and we are ready with both applications are good to go. So first, let's submit the Hive job. I just click submit, and here are the prompts. So usually we can do that from the, for example, some SDK or even the console or even the terminal. But in this case, we're going to do it via the console. So let's call it EMR serverless Hive job. Here we're going to choose the row which we created. It's mandatory. We can have initializing script locations. So if we want to create some tables before the execution of the actual Hive script, we can provision that. But in this case, I already have the tables created. So I'm just going to provision the Hive script. I'll put it here. We can also export via browse S3. Here we have Hive properties, which are, as I said, some properties on the Hive. It's optional. And we have the job configuration. Here we have to give the scratch dir and also the metastore warehouse dir. So I already have that, and I just put it here. This is mandatory to be able to execute it. Also, we have additional settings. This one is not choosable. It's choosable for Spark, but for Hive, no, it's not. And it's to use AWS Glue Catalog. And also there is some retention policy if you want to apply for the logs itself, but we are good with for now with that. And we just click submit the job. So actual scripts are the same Hive scripts which are going to run on even on EMR or on premise. The version is important, but as long as your code is compilable by the version you're running on, then we are all good. And now we can see our application is in pending state. And now we can actually create a Spark application as well, the Spark job. So we're gonna click the submit job. Total. ¿Me estás muito pronto, mano? Ok. Aham, ok. Uhum. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty, but EMR is opening new tabs and it's quite difficult to continue with the presentation. So on the Spark, again, we need some name. Then again, we're going to use the same row, and we provide again the location. So actually, I can go here from the browse S3. So we go to the scripts. We have the Spark script, so I choose it. Again, this is standard Python script. You can use Scala as well. So it's standard one, and how you're going to run it on premise or on EMR is the same thing. So I provision just the script. Then we have the arguments, which are optional. If you use some of the argument, then you can provision it here. We have Spark properties, as I mentioned, but we're not going to set this up. We can have job configuration and some additional settings. Here we can choose to not use the Glue catalog, but our tables are stored there, so we will leave this as it is, and we can submit the job. And this application is actually starting. It's in the schedule phase. Usually take time to actually provision the resources, but it's usually a few minutes. So this is our Hive job, which is running. So maybe we can export it in the test UI. And you can see that currently this is still not loaded here, but it will take some time and we will see it. So the only options to see is via test UI. So either you have for the completed jobs or for the running jobs, and you have the same thing, kind of the same thing for the Spark. It's the Spark UI. It's the standard Spark UI, which we use again for other Spark applications which are running on-prem or on EMR. Actually, oh, it's already in success state, so we can open the Spark history server. Which will display this job. And maybe we can see again, the type is ready as well. So we can export it. It's usually you can mostly explore running applications, and it has own problems when it's already completed. So it's not yet mature enough service. But our both applications are completed, and we can explore our results. If I go to the Tina, and if I execute some of these queries, they're already returning results. Both the Hive and the Spark output. So our applications were executed successfully and get source data from some tables, transform it via Spark and Hive, and insert the data into the target tables. Okay, so this was for the demo, and we can move to back to the presentation. Okay, so I'll continue the slideshow. And the takeaways, benefits of EMR serverless. For businesses who has not, like for example, have a good DevOps department which can actually create the resources or has the understanding what kind of hardware we need, then EMR serverless is great tool, because you don't care about what hardware you're running on. You only care about your Hive and Spark jobs. But except that if we compare EMR and EMR serverless, EMR overall is much better application as of today. It has much more flexibility, and actually it's cheaper than EMR serverless. You pay more for using EMR serverless. So depending on use cases, EMR serverless can be great for you, but for some other cases, EMR is better because you pay less. If you have the ability to operate the clusters and you have the automation, then my suggestion is go with EMR. But if you're new to the cloud, EMR services can be great for exploring, for some kind of unit testing, or some other jobs which are short in time, and you can run it in a matter of minutes, as we saw. There is debugging limitations of EMR serverless, as we saw. It's not so flexible, and you don't have, for example, EMR has Gangila, which is very good tool to understand your cluster utilization. You don't have that possibility with EMR serverless. For the future, I think EMR services can become very, very cool and important tool, because it has very good features which can be used. But as of today, I think EMR it's still more mature and more usable for the long-run application. Now we can move to the questions and answers. If you have some questions, feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to answer all of them. Okay, so it looks like no question. I don't see any in the chat as well. So we can move back to the presentation. Make sure you check the next event, which is GS Talks. It will happen on November 11 and 12, and you can see more information about the event on gstalks.net. And once again, let's thanks our sponsors. Without them, this event was not going to be possible. So really appreciate all the support and help from them. Thank you very much for your attention and being here on the presentation. And see you on some of the next events.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
Is watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills and watching them grow to the people they've become, whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Good evening, thank you for coming. Today we will talk about people analytics with Viva Advanced Insights and Azure Machine Learning. This session is not designed for deep data science or something like this. Especially we are looking what can do usual HRD, HR director with the help of Azure machine learning, after ML, and with Viva Advanced Insights. This is something about changing the role and vision of HR from the psychology guy to guy who work with numbers and with some analytics tool. Yep.
Just mention we don't see slides.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay.
What we can do to show the slides? Yes, HDMI is connected. Should I have to share it? Maybe by, yep, here. Maybe we can do it so. And it's turned off. I'm totally sure that we have to turn it on.
Oh yeah, it is.
It was the first technical demo and it was totally successful. Okay. So we will speak about people analytics with Advanced Insight. Just a few words about me. I'm very old Microsoft certified system engineer, starting from NT4. Lot times ago. I was working for Microsoft for 6 years, and now I'm working in our IT company, and we are helping our customers to learn and implement new Microsoft solutions, especially Viva and especially Dynamics, Power Platform, and so on. Thanks for our sponsor, of course. Agenda. Really, we wouldn't have many slides today, only technical demo and two main demo. First demo is about Vivo Advanced Insight. This is a solution from Microsoft, special program, which help to collect your digital footprint. When you are working with Microsoft Teams, you leave a lot of information inside Microsoft Graph. I think that you know about this database. This is your scheduling time, meeting time, even when you're sharing your screen. So there is information that you have sharing the screen with whom and so on. And Vivo Advanced Insight help us not only collect this information, but to depersonalize it, because it's really important that it wouldn't be that something like big boss watching you in such manner, because even more for many countries it's prohibited by law and it's impossible. Yes, so we want to understand this information on base of our whole team or whole organization, not monitoring one separate employee. It's totally impossible, but understand overall corporate culture and to receive some actions with this. For example, maybe we want to protect the employees' working hours, because if we can see a lot of communications regarding business topics outside of working hours, we will provide some trainings to the managers, to the employees, to prevent burnout and so on. And then we will take this information and using Azure Machine Learning Studio to analyze this information to make some predictive analytics, what is not included in the base Vivo Advanced solution. So that's totally easy. Okay, first of all, I would start from the result. After implementing this solution, all of this, all parts, you can receive, for example, such Power BI report where you can have all your information and it can be connected with Power BI built-in connector to Azure Machine Learning Studio just to turn on or off your predictive analytics. For example, right now you can see this predictions, for example, for one time with manager or work-life balance variance, or you can turn it off and see just the real data from the Vivo Advanced Insights. Okay, we'll refresh it.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
When you use these tools, do you have a way to know how they're manipulating your data? Because I feel like when you let some built-in tool manipulate your data somehow, you need to know under the hood what's happening.
It's interesting, yes, because a very good question regarding manipulating data inside this tool. This depersonalization is really important because it makes excellence the idea of manipulating of the data. Some other systems, I wouldn't mention them, but there are some competitors. They're giving information regarding one employee. Yeah. And we see the results. Then employees will set up some alarm for 1 hour or for 12 deep in night. They wake up and just to send some letters, just to show that they're working 24 hours a day, and it's excellence, and the data is not correct. Here, can you somehow change this data? Maybe yes, but for what? No reason, because no employee will receive some promotion or some bad feedback based on this data, because it's depersonalized. So only all company maybe will decide to manipulate this data. It's impossible. Yeah, so that's the reason. Okay, so that's the results, but let's start from the beginning. Now I'm going to the workplace analytics. It has special version for Europe. It's based on the European laws, regulations. This is my test data for very small company, just 11 licenses, 2 managers, only 1 large team. Here we can see some pre-built reports. There are a lot of them. For example, something like increased customer focus. So how many time we spend working with our employees, how many time we have with our clients, so balance between internal and external meetings. But of course, we are interested not in only in built-in reports. We want to build our own report. We are going to Query Designer. There are a lot of pre-built reports too, but we can start with Query. And we have to choose from one of the built-in reports, for example, person or meeting or group-to-group collaboration, something like this. Let's take the report regarding meetings, for example. Here we can take standard meeting query. It's not so important. Set up query. And then we can change the parameters. For example, what we want to know about these queries. For example, how much does this meeting cost? Because it can take time of your employees, it can take salary of your employees, and make very simple calculations. Yes, and we can see all the parameters, what we need. It's okay. And we will say somehow, it's okay, standard meeting query. We can exclude of something. We can change time period. The max time period is 1 year. And this everything is good. We can start it. Run. Okay. The report is running. Usually takes not so many time, but I have prepared such a report for you just to reduce time of the demonstration. So we can see that this report is succeeded, and I can download the results. Okay, let's download them. I can open them, and they're pretty good for analytics. So what we can see meeting ID. You can see it's there isn't any confidential information regarding this meeting. We can see start date, start time, end date, and time. By the way, it's not correct numbers because to secure your confidentiality, Microsoft makes some noise, some statistical noise. Yeah, so you cannot set up them one by one. Then you can see total meeting cost. You can see number of attendees. It's highly interesting for me because we are training providers, and I can see how much attendance was on the meeting, how many trainings, and so on. So it's nice. I can see attendance with conflicting meetings, highly important. So who has other meetings scheduled for this time, for this meeting? So they plan to multitasking something. Invites, emails sent during meetings. Okay, yes, so we understand. So that meeting was not so good. Instant messages sent during the meetings. Yes, we have a customer, and it was a really important question for them because they have very big redundant regular meeting regarding their OKR, and they have a question: is this meeting efficient or not? Should we continue it because it was 100 employees for 2 hours, so on? We say we don't know was this meeting efficient. We don't know do have you to stop that or continue it, but multitasking during this meeting is free time more than on your usual meeting. They say, okay, we got it and cancel it, of course, because nobody listens, just do the work as. That's okay.
And these are instant messages for the internal chats?
No, any. So are you asking?
Like it doesn't track your Facebook, right?
No. It doesn't track your Facebook. It's a pity, but not. Yeah, it's only about Teams meetings sending to chat, not to this meeting. So inside meeting chat, it's okay, but if outside, it's not okay. Okay, then we can see attendance multitasking. It's overall block when we can see the attendance switch from the meeting, switch from the different programs, something like this. Meeting hours, redundant attendance, total meeting cost, you can see it, and so on. Yep.
So you say that here there is some statistical noise, so the times are not correct. Maybe the number of attendees is not correct. Is that true?
Microsoft doesn't provide information regarding statistical noise. They just say that it's here, but they don't give the special calculation, so you cannot turn it back. So I can't say so. As by my opinion, by my personal opinion, the statistical noise is in number of attendance, but not in the meetings, because if in the meetings, then we will see not so good times. Yes, so something like this.
Because if there are 3 people in the meeting, for example, and it happens regularly, and on the one hand, you want to track which meetings you want to cut, right? So you need to know
exactly which
meeting that is. But then you know the exactly 3 people that have I don't know.
That have chatted,
So you can kind of deduce which employee is simply not performing very well.
We don't track special employee. Very good question. So if you have small meeting, we want to understand the reason for the trouble, for multitasking, who is multitasking, so on. No, we doesn't resolve the issues one by one. If we can see that this is a problem for overall company, we make some trainings for overall company, only in that manner. No witch hunting. But there is one more interesting option. The subject of the meeting is not personal data. So we have a main body of the meeting, and we cannot connect to it, but we cannot connect to the subject of the meeting. You can see this option. And here we can see hash of this meeting, so it's not correct name, but we can understand when somehow some meetings are connected in each to other. For example, you can see this one, just remember something, and you can see this one. Yep. We have 2 different meetings, one with one topics. Why it's possible? For us, it's very possible. Because we are using Microsoft Booking for planning our meeting. So I will show you. Give me a second. Sorry, I didn't prepare this link, but I think I will be able to remember it. Sorry. Yes. So when anybody planning training session with us, they just take time, connect to our calendar, wasn't free, provide some information regarding them, and book. After this, this is Microsoft Booking. This is a standard application for Microsoft 365. After this, the topic of this meeting will be set up automatically with this Microsoft Workshop. So each meeting planning with this tool have one of the same subject. And that's why we can use it for analytics, because it's not input manually, but they are the same. And that's why we can go to the data and find this often Microsoft Workshops. Yep. So now I cannot read here the Microsoft Workshop, but knowing my data, I can understand that this is the repeating meeting. And if I want, I can make some calculations, especially for Microsoft Workshops planned for our customers, excluding internal meetings. So that's great. Okay. That's just a few words about Viva Advanced Insights, about depersonalization, about Query Designer, and the data what we can receive. I will show you much more detailed data, not regarding only meeting. We can use the R language to connect to that data byte in itself. For example, we can see division data. So I just will go through the columns, so you can see what we have. Meetings with skip level. It means that meetings without your manager, or meeting with your managers. That's about delegating. Generated email hours. You can see recipients, how much, and so on, so on, so on. That's data from the demo account, not from my side, because that's why the numbers are much more greater than only for a small company, and so on. So just to see the data, division data, then please employee data. Oops. Yeah, person ID, date, and so on. Employee data, we can use not only data from the teams itself. We can connect it to HR management system and to upload such data, for example, as date of hire, date of fire, KPI performance ratings. That's very interesting. For one company, we have built the report to showing the working pattern for the best employees, because we take from HR systems the KPIs, the results, and we can say that, for example, the most successful salesperson for this company make most part of the calls to the customers in the first half of the day. So it's more useful. Yes, and we have the report. We can show this on numbers. Okay. Just to show you other data. For example, this is a collaboration with sales from other companies. So we can see the collaboration between departments, and also we can connect not only to HR management system, but we can connect to CRM management system. Then we will see the correlation between our sales effort and opportunity in the sales pipeline. So it's also possible. Okay, it seems to me that it's just a bit boring. So let's go to the most interesting part, to Microsoft Azure. Now I'm going to Azure, and I have built Sofia ML demo. This is just Azure service, machine learning. It's pretty easy. Sorry, I will go. Yes, this is in Microsoft Azure, just service. And we, after setup, we can launch Studio. Yes, and when we are launching Studio, we are going to Azure Machine Learning itself. It's not so easy tool. You can use it with notebooks, so you can use it with Python, you can use Jupyter notebooks, and you can do everything what you want. Right now, we will start with very basic variant with AutoML, with no data science, no scripting, nothing. And by my experience, we can train the HR by themselves to do such reports, and it's really interesting. And regarding the results, they are not so bad, because HR usually knows their data, and that's why they can clean the data very good, understanding that, for example, this person is not relevant, or some January holidays is not relevant for the statistic, and when they can work with them with this data by themselves, it's looking like. Let's start. So we are creating new automated ML job here. And we have all the process what we have to do. So first of all, this question is select dataset. Dataset can be from local files, from data store, from web files. Even more, Microsoft provides some free datasets, and some of them are very good. But we can start from local files. We will say meetings. Okay. We will use this blob store. We will browse files, and I will start with the standard meeting query, which we have done for this. Okay, I'm not sure that it will be able to open zip file, but let's look on this. Okay, next. We started to parsing. Okay. No, not support format, of course. It would be too easy. Okay, we are going to data. Okay, I'm going to download. I just have to extract this. Okay. Yep, now we can see it. Let's try one more time. Sorry. Okay, we will find this lot of. Yep, here you are. Browse files. Yep. Yep, it's upload, parsing. Yep, and now we can see that it can understand the tables inside, everything is good. We agree with all directions. And now it asks us to understand which columns are using for machine learning, which columns make some sense, and which one is with random data. And we can see, but we say that everything is good. We have chosen very small data set, so no problem. Okay. But and now we have our ready data set is grading. Okay. You should have to refresh to see it. Yes, and we have our new dataset meetings. You can check it and use it for AfterML. Now we have configure job, so we can do new experiment. And we have to choose target column. So it will be the other columns would be mentioned as features, and this is target. Let's think what we want to predict. For example, we want to predict attendance, number of attendance. Then we are choosing the computing resource. Azure Machine Learning Studio by itself is free for Microsoft, but you are using some virtual machines to make some calculations, and you have to pay for these virtual machines. You can use your own machines, but we will use pre-built Microsoft machine. I have configured it just a few minutes ago. It's okay, so it's computer. It's a virtual machine for calculations. Okay, then we have to choose one of the most popular versions. So we want to do classification analysis. If you want to, for example, to understand which meetings are trainings with a lot of attendance and which meetings are our internal meetings, it can do it for me. We can use a regression model to predict some exactly number, for example, of attendance in next meeting. We can use time series forecasting. It's really great because it has even information regarding holidays and something like this for special country, so it's useful to predict some values based on time. And two new options, really new. So it's natural language processing. So it can analyze the text inside your data. Usually it's for English, of course, but it's not so good. Sometimes you can take your local language, make after translation to English, then make some classification, and then translate it back. And we have a preview for computer vision, so for some image classifications, object detections, and so on. And you can see here which metric we will use for understanding the for choosing the best results. We can turn on explain best models. It's highly important for responsible AI, because when you want not only the results but the explanation of these results, which metrics help this, and you can see a lot of machine learning algorithms. That's not for HR. It's not even for me. I don't understand any difference between them, but it will go one by one and choose the best one. So that's the meaning of AfterML. Yep. Then we can add additional forecast settings. For example, we can window size, we can use or not season of trend, that's for that data forecast, and we can choose the country for receiving information regarding public holidays. We can set up exit creation. It can be, for example, for timing, for not more than 6 hours, for example, or some threshold biometrics. And of course, we can set up concurrency if we want a lot of iterations make at the same time. That's okay. We agree with this. Going to next point. Then we can see validation type. You can put your own data for validation if you don't believe to Microsoft, or you can allow Microsoft to divide the data for training for machine learning and data for validation. Okay, good, finish. Now let's do it. I didn't train the machine learning model for this dataset before. It's Edge Manager, so it will be rather interesting results. I think it would not take a lot of time, but let's wait for this. So we can see the information that the ML is running. Yep. And let's wait. When it's working, we can see some information. So first of all, we'll check the data set, and then, no, it's failed. Okay, it's good. Let's see why. Did I choose a regression model? It seems to me that maybe I was showing different options and choose not right one. Okay, we have the explanations, good. The specified time column, start date, content rows with duplicate timestamps. Yeah, we have chosen time series. It's not right, because for time series, you understand, I see by your faces that you have understand it, but I will repeat this for the translation, that start date contains rows with duplicate timestamps, because it's not really time rows, it's a lot of measurement with different timestamps. So no, we of course it's not so right. Yep, sure. So we are going back to our model. We will see new automated ML job. I will do it very fast because now we have predefined data set. Okay, we will do new name for this. Okay. We'll set up target column. We will choose compute instance. He doesn't want to do so because he used the still use it, yes, and we have to wait some time for he to refresh it. Yep, good. Yes, not time forecasting, regression. Okay, that was the mistake. Okay. Times forecasting is useful, for example, for sales prediction. It's the most common scenario. How many salespersons we need in our shop for these holidays?
Yep. It's actually very interesting. Is it able to take like publicly available data such as the weather?
Sure.
Like that. Yeah, it's able to do that.
Sure. We have done this option, especially with weather, connecting the local meteor station data from the IoT sensors with weather API. This is free API data. And it was rather fun because we are living in Razlog, it's here in mountains.
Mhm.
And for mountains, the weather predictions are not correct almost always. It's really fun. Okay, it's validating run configuration. It's really good. It checks for empty rows, for some missing information, data set, everything else. And we can, after validating, we can see what's here. Okay, we have to wait. Because it's cloud computing, not every time it takes the same time. Sometimes it takes just a bit longer, sometimes just a bit faster. I wonder who from Microsoft thinks about the meaningful name of the automatic data sets. So yes, for example, right now it's Quiet Lion.
This being an actual job.
I understand the reason, because when you have only random numbers and letters, it's difficult to remember, but sometimes it's really fun. Okay. Okay. We can see that right now it's working with running featureization, and we can see that that check was okay. Validation split handling. You can see additional details. Number of false 10. Okay. Missing feature imputation. No feature missing value was detected in training data. So yes, of course, it's complete data set. And they try to find the features who make a lot of impact on the data. Yeah, you can see. No, you can see that meeting ID is highly important, and it's reasonable. It's really reasonable, because I have mentioned that all our meetings booked by the system have yes, they have a type, but it would not about meeting ID. It would be about meeting subject. So the meeting ID, it means that we have a very big split between meetings. So very big difference between different meetings. Yeah. So that's why he says that meeting ID is highly important. And really it means that on the next our training, for example, what we have to do, that's a question for you, because you say that you are data science. I'm not data scientist, but we have to exclude, especially because meeting ID has nothing sense. Yes, of course, it's random. And that's why it's killing our data. We will see the result, but of course, we understand that now it's useless.
I also think that it's very possible that those start dates, end date stuff is also probably can noise. Yeah, but hopefully we can figure it out.
It depends regarding start date and
Maybe
because
over time your company does more and more meetings with more and more people. Maybe that makes sense, but it's the formatting of it is kind of weird. It's not a number, it's a string.
I'm totally sure that we have seasonality because we are B2B, and that's why on summer no meetings, on January holidays no meetings, so on. So I think the data makes sense, and a weekday is making sense because no one want to learn on Mondays. Really, yes, so they want to do something else and so on.
Do you have the meeting duration as part of the data set?
Yep, sure, it's very good, and even more, if all your meetings are for 1 hour, then Microsoft sends to you that you have to learn your employees to make short meetings, because maybe meetings can be for 15 minutes, why we need 1 hour. Yes.
Do we know stuff like, okay, the meeting was 1 hour, but everyone left at 15 minutes? Do we know stuff like that? Because that happens very often.
We can see the end of the meeting. When it is ended, it's okay. Yes, we have planned time and we have actual and ended time.
That's cool.
But if everyone lets the laptops and just go out,
there's no
it's rather difficult to measure it. Model is training. But now we are speaking about Viva Advanced Insights. But Viva, there is a whole complex of employee experience solutions. So there are a lot of many different programs. One of them is Viva Sales. Viva Sales helps connect your CRM system with Microsoft Teams. And inside it, there is the option what you want, because it can record the session only for you, not showing this to customer. And here it can say when someone speaking and the tonality, so it was aggressive or was it positive, and even the longest speech of each person. So that's really great for training our salesperson, because if customer hadn't any option to say anything, only our salesperson were speaking, it's not good, for example, so on. So it's good.
Then I've seen the Microsoft is doing that, because I know that there's other companies who do that.
Yeah.
There's people who actually concentrate on that. There's
they
can tell you, okay, you talked for this long with this kind of tone, and the customer responded with this kind of tone, and that way, sentiment analysis is stuff like that.
Okay, right now we can see model training. It's working, and we can don't wait for the end of the session. We can go to models, and we can see the results of different algorithm which it has been using. For example, ElasticNet, we can see that it has normalized root mean squared error, this one. So, and we can see that it's for right now it's the best one. We can go to this model. I would not wait for 2 hours to choose the best model. I would decide that this model is good. And I can see it. I can go to explanations. They're not available right now. Let's look. What I love working with Microsoft, every time there is something new. It's interesting. But okay. Okay. We will look at it later. For explanation, we also need some compute instance. I don't have it right now, but it will prepare the explanations for this model, and usually do it after completing all the session. We can see metrics for this model. So you can choose the metrics from the left side, and we can see how good is our predicted model for this counts. Okay, we can make some data transformation, so it prepares for us overall business process for working with data. For example, we have data source, 19 columns, 19 columns. We have hashes, we have date time, categorical. We split them into data from training data for for testing. So thank you very much. And so it was working. We can see text results. Right now, no, because we need to wait for all data. And even more, we have some Python code, which was after generated from this model. Okay. What else? I will after we have complete all this session. By the way, I will go to it and stop it because I want my compute instance back. And now we will do the last part of the demo. This, for example, this quiet line elastic net is the best variant for us, or plum drain, some different. Oh, okay. For example, this is the best model, but how we can use it? Because okay, it's working somehow, but we want it in our Power BI. Just few steps. First of all, we are using deploy. And we can deploy it to real-time endpoint wizard or deploy it to web service. Let's use this one. We just find endpoint name, for example. It can be managed by yourself or with using Kubernetes. We can use key-based authentication or token-based authentications, and we can set up some text for it. Then we can use model. Oh, so sorry. Okay, close.
So the endpoint name is.
Yep. It doesn't make sense because I just want to say this variant, but also we can deploy to web service. And when you are deploying to web service, it made everything for you. So we just can set up some name, compute type, just container. We can use compute name. Okay, it's still busy with machine learning model because I just stop it. Let's wait. And it will be quite enough because it has automatic script to deploy the endpoint. So it will be the virtual machine with this machine learning model. And you can connect to it through the Power BI desktop with a built-in connector. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. So when you train a model, can you find out which feature was the most used?
Sure.
Is that part of the explanation?
It's part of the explanation, yes, and you have the values of which features. For example, the most interesting is on examples. When we were analyzing the working patterns of the best employees, we have found the most value from the emails sent from this employee, but it was really interesting. So if you send less than 10 emails per day, it doesn't matter. 1, 5, 7, no matter. From 2012 to 30 is the most important. So if you send, for example, 24, it's not so good. 26 is really good. And more than 30 is not important too. Yes, so it's not only about features, but even for the time that range for these features, and that's really interesting.
That's actually.
Okay. Okay, I wouldn't wait for machine work to stop. Just now I'm starting my Power BI desktop to show how to connect this information.
Ну, сподіваюся, коли можна започнути використовувати такі просто.
Do you have any experience with Power BI Sheet?
No,
Okay.
but it's an interesting thing to. It's a board.
Yep, that's an interactive tool for forming dashboards. It has some data extraction, Power Query, and transforming data and visualization of this. So it comes from Excel wrappers, but now it's a separate tool. Very good. And here we can insert data. And when we are getting data, we can use a lot of built-in connectors to different data source. It's loading. Yep, and here you can use Machine Learning Studio. That's one variant. We'll try to find it. Yep, we can sign up, so we can use Data Explorer and so on. But also you can use Azure Machine Learning Studio even when you are transforming data from different data source. Just now I'm opening a simple data set, no matter. This some information. For example, this is my information regarding my employees, or regarding some current position, for example, data for this month, and I want using this data with regressive model to receive prediction analytics for this month. For example, I know the number of participants of my trainings, and I want to understand the sum of the trainings, the revenue input, based on this persons visiting. Okay, and I'm going to transform data. So I want just to add this data. And here I have Azure Machine Learning Connector. So I have the data from data source, and I can connect to Azure Machine Learning. Right now I wouldn't be able because we didn't complete the endpoint. Give me a second.
So you're saying that you can instead of using a cloud compute service, you can actually use your own server, or is that not correct? When you train.
Yep. When you're doing computer instance, you can use your own server instead of Microsoft Cloud Virtual Machine.
So in that case, it would be basically free, right? Or
almost, because you have to save data set somewhere. There is some maybe cost for network transition. So I'm not sure that all absolutely free, but almost, so it will be very, very cheap. Yep. And right now we don't have Azure Machine Learning model, but if we complete our demo, then it will be there, and we can use it just for set up a new column in our data set, which will be based on the results of prediction model. So overall process from collecting data about your digital footprint, loading it to Machine Learning Studio, featurization, cleaning data, training machine model, and then providing it to Power BI doesn't need any code or any technical or understanding data science. Regarding your own endpoints, I can show it. It was a good question. So you can use, sorry, not compute instance. Yes, that's our. It's running. Yes, and we can see what it's work. And by the way, we can see the price. The price for this machine is this one.
Okay.
Yep. Yes. But let's imagine that we want to do our own compute. What we will do? I will say attached computes. So you can attach your compute and manage your platform using machine learning. Bring your own compute like it's cluster, virtual machine, or Databricks. And you say new. And here we will find virtual machine, the most easy variant. Mm-hmm. So on your local computer, it will be launched virtual machine, which will be managed by Microsoft, and it will be used for data calculation.
Okay.
Good. Okay. That's all for now. Give me a second. Oh,
Interesting. Can you host other people's calculations and earn money?
yep. Just like Bitcoin generation. No, it doesn't work. So
there was a guy who,
yes.
in my college where we have these virtual machines on our school system,
Mhm.
and he used those virtual machines to mine Bitcoin.
It's absolutely illegal. Yeah.
He's also very expelled.
Okay, thank you for questions. Thank you for this kind atmosphere during the session. Let's meet on JS Talks. Thank you for our sponsors, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. It was very
Bye.
interesting. It was very nice. Mas super interessante. Então, se o ovo só
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Stick around because we truly love the company that much that we're never tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent of being here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to a massive heavy hitter really in Microsoft space to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills, and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments, and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for Adatis because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
It's watching other members of the team grow. I remember, yes, I've been here just over 10 years now, and going from seeing people in their first interviews as undergrads or graduates or junior consultants, being scared little timid birds in their interviews, and now having watched them grow over the years, mentoring them, developing their skills, and watching them grow to the people they've become. Whether that's leading projects, leading their own teams and departments, and being principal consultants. It's been an amazing journey, not only for myself, but watching how the rest of the team has sort of grown and developed around me as well.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life in that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa. Excellent.
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Adastra is a global IT consulting company that helps businesses across the world unlock new opportunities in the global marketplace by getting the most out of their data. We craft enterprise data management strategy, cloud-based and modern data warehouse solutions, business intelligence and analytics, enterprise application development, digitalization, and automation. Data has long been at the core of our activities, so are the people. We are looking for passionate graduates and experienced IT professionals to join our team. By joining our team, you will drive the business growth of industry-leading global companies. Stay connected with cutting-edge technologies and platforms. Embrace tech mastery with the support of a personal mentor. Enhance your career with more than 60 technological trainings and certification opportunities. Spend time with like-minded teammates and join numerous exciting initiatives and team events. Want to grow with us? Get in touch with us to discuss career opportunities. We'd love to chat.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
stick around because we truly love the company that much that, you know, we're never, you know, tempted. We're always fulfilled with what we have. We've got such a strong contingent that have been here for so long, building up that reputation from such a small company to, you know, a massive heavy hitter really in the Microsoft space, to get mentioned alongside some of those much larger companies punching above our weight. That makes me proud.
I always feel pride to work for a Datist because we hold a number of values dear to all the work that we do. We take those into all of our projects that we deliver, into all the people that we hire, and everything we do as a company. We hold those values very close to our chest.
Is watching other members of the team grow